Are we live? Now we are. This is a time where we have our public participation. For those of you who wish to address us on any item that is not on the agenda, please fill out a card with the appropriate information, and you will have 3 minutes to tell us what's on your mind. And today, the first speaker is, and I'm going to butcher his name, maybe not, Elinor Tenai. How close? You come forward and state your name at the podium and tell us what's on your mind. And state your name and address for the record. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Elinor Tenai Ray. I reside in Deltona. I own 2 businesses in the land. I own the Meineke Carcass Center down on South Woodland Boulevard, and I own the Cami Wasted Cars right on 15A. Used to be on South Woodland Boulevard, and I've been in business in the county for about 10 years. A little over 10 years, and car repairs and
Can
sales.
you get closer to the mic? I don't think everyone can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I've been in running business in the county for a little over 10 years, and I currently hire 8 people, and hoping to hire more once I get my issue resolved with their permitting. I'm pretty sure you guys read from me before. I've forwarded emails to the representatives concerning my fixed-up building down on 15A, which I'm having a lot of trouble accomplishing. We had a meeting down, and I just submitted a plan, which was turned down after a few months back in August, and we had a meeting in November, which they did recommend what to do or what standards to meet for permitting. And we took us some time, and we had them drawn pretty close, I won't say 100%, and resubmitted. Then they came back with every roadblock they can. So they're not giving me a chance. So that's my main concern. And I've written a response. I might not have enough time today to answer all the questions or put forward my response. So I put them down in writing. If you guys need, I'll give you guys copies. And I did forward emails this morning to most of you guys to take a look at it. It's too early, so I know you get it. I just want to stay in the county. I want to run my businesses and create more jobs. To me, it's a win-win situation. Create jobs, pay my taxes. I've been running a business for 10 years in the county, and nobody ever put a face to the business. This is the first time people actually see me come out because I have a sticky issue. I'm more of a focused kind of guy and stay behind the scene and do my stuff. So I hope the representatives would look into my issue, and hopefully we can agree on a solution to my concerns, and we can keep politics or whatever is going on aside, and look for the betterment of the county.
Okay. Thank you very much. And if I receive the email, I'll follow up on it as best I can. Thank you.
Okay.
Don, sir? 2 Dons?
Which one?
No, you, sir?
Collins?
No, sir. Sir, close.
The right Don. Don Cerro, 807 Gordonia Court, DeLand, Florida. I just want to say thank you all for allowing my students to come. I'm from University High School. I teach government, but the students behind me are actually in a club, which is a partnership with the Orange City government, in which they have spent 3 days with our students telling them about how city government works. And this is half a day we spend with you to learn a little bit about how county government works. And so I wanted to thank the staff. We're meeting some of the directors today for lunch, and the Orange City government is assisting us. We're going to Tallahassee for a couple of weeks, and this is one of two programs Volusia County School has. DeLand has a program too called the DeLand School of Government, and it's modeled, they're both modeled after each other, these two programs. So thank you for your time, and we look forward to meeting you in the future if you haven't met our students.
Thank you, and I hope you enjoy it. And I did have a chance to chat with a couple of you, a few of your students before, and I know they're very inquisitive and want to see how it works in county government. So thank you for being here. Cindy Bokrana?
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I'm going to be torturing these people this morning on
I was
parliamentary
trying-
procedure,
yeah.
so.
Yeah,
Just-
I was trying to not warn them of that, Pat, so, but.
I think the word's already out.
Yes. Cindy, you'll probably need to pull those microphones down a little
Yes.
bit to you there.
Hi, my name is Cindy Bokrania. I have been a resident and property owner in the Blue Lake Hills subdivision for 16 years. I'm here today at the council meeting to try and receive advice for a potential life-threatening event for me and my family. A development named Blue Lake Trails, owned by Victoria Park, is currently destroying the wetlands beside and behind my home. They plan to build 180 homes on this land. They have hundreds of acres to build on, but lack judgment when planning for more than one emergency access entrance for the homes they are about to build. The problem that plagues my family and concerns my fellow neighbors is this emergency access road. The residents that live here in Blue Lake Hills only have one emergency access road, and it is, it's the same.
Excuse me, are y'all awake over there on the clock? Okay, that's first warning. Sorry. Sorry, go ahead.
I lost my place. The problem that plagues my family and concerns my fellow neighbors is this emergency access road. The residents that live here in Blue Lake Hills only have one emergency access road, and it's the same one Victoria Park wants to use for their emergency access too. Our development is in the county, and the new development is in the city. Our road has been a private one for 30 years and is only used by private residents and friends. This is enough traffic for this one-lane dirt road. In certain locations, it's only large enough to fit one car at a time. It is not made for big development emergencies and could cause a real threat for the residents who reside here. My son suffers from a medical condition called posterior osteostatic trachecardial syndrome. It is a form of dysautonomia. He also has suffered from reactive hypoglycemia since he was 9. These conditions can be life-threatening. These conditions can be life-threatening, and being able to quickly exit our property could mean the difference between life and death. I myself have just experienced such medical emergencies over the past 10 days where I had to seek medical help quickly. During the 10-day period, I underwent 3 surgeries and was brought to the emergency once in the evening after the second surgery. My point is that this new development, Blue Lake Trails, had an emergency. If they had had emergency during any of these times that I was having a medical problem, then I might not be here today. As I stated earlier, our little dirt roads are not meant for big development emergencies. If fire trucks, bulldozers, or emergency equipment were on my road, they would have blocked and prevented me from leaving quickly to receive the medical help I needed. We have already experienced this problem about 10 years ago because of this development, even before clearing was started. It was a warm summer day, and my family and I were away from our home. When we entered our road, we saw a large fire truck, a smaller truck, a trailer, a bulldozer, and firemen blocking us from getting to our home. Some teenagers had thrown a cigarette out of their car, and the adjacent land owned by Victoria Park was ablaze. The only way we could get to our house was to leave our car at the neighbor's home and cut through the woods of another neighbor's backyard. This blockage of our home lasted for more than an hour. What if my family was at home when the fire broke out on this property known as Victoria Trails? What if we had a medical emergency at the same time and were blocked by all these emergency vehicles? The only way we would have gotten out would have been to walk out through the woods. We would have had to leave our cars behind, and a gravely ill person would have had to be carried. A lot of time could have been lost for my family, and one of us might not be here today. This second emergency exit for this development is their problem and should have been addressed during their planning stages. They need to make another road for their property's second exit. They have enough land, and we only have one emergency exit. My family and my neighbors' lives do not deserve to be jeopardized by this company's poor planning, and stealing other people's a means of escape is not an option.
Thank you, Cindy, and I know that you say that you spoke with Councilmember Patterson.
Yes.
And I'm sure if you follow up with him or we don't.
I talked to her Tuesday evening, and when I got her original email, and yesterday I called Clay Irvin. Clay was going to get with the city of DeLand to figure out, do something on it. And I talked with her husband last night to inform him where we are.
So your issue has been addressed, and we'll go from there. Thank you very much.
I do have pictures and stuff.
Thank you. They're going to be working on it. Hopefully, it can come to something that will help you there. Now, this looks like a Raja, and I bet you're about the same thing.
Similar, yes.
And you are aware that it has been addressed by the county staff.
Yes, we just want to make sure.
Thank you.
It is.
State your name and address for the record.
My name is Rajiv Prakrani. I'm a resident of 1534 War Admiral Drive in DeLand, part of the Blue Lake Hills community. In addition, and we've discussed, in addition to the emergency gate, the land that's being developed behind us was wetlands. It's being raised 3 to 4 feet, in places almost 5 feet on several sides of us. Our road, as it is, has a history, and our property has a history of flooding, especially when the hurricanes come through. It's well documented. My neighbors at times I have pictures of a neighbor that has built a dock and had a rowboat inside their house. Phenomenal picture, but this is the fact. When hurricanes come through, it already floods. I've talked to the development. They say they have their permits.
If you'll address your comments to me,
Okay.
and thank you.
They say they have their permits, and the concept is when they raise the land, all the water will be contained on that land, and there'll be zero impact to us. Okay, I'm not an engineer, but that doesn't make common sense to me. And also, talking to them further, they have their retention pond. As I question them further, I ask what happens when a hurricane, and if that happens to get full, well, we have the ability to pump it other places. And when pressed where they will pump that'll be pumped into the wetlands, which is a conservation area right next to it, which wraps around back into our development. So I don't see how that is. I mean, my concern is with all the permits and everything that's been done, I don't think the true impact for the gate or the flooding has truly, it's been looked at from a development perspective, not the people that are living and my neighbors.
Okay.
And that's why we're here to get this.
Thank you.
Right.
And I'm sure that they'll address that, and they are required by the permit to retain any water by the build-up to build on. They are required to retain that, and it will be monitored by you, I'm sure, if you start getting water runoff, and you can address that. Thank you.
All due respect.
We're not going to discuss. Are you finished? I thought you were finished.
No, I mean, as
We're not
part
going
of
to talk back
Okay.
and forth. I'll talk to you after the meeting.
Okay, that's fine.
I'll meet with you. Thank you.
That works.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
It's kind of a unique situation because they live in the county and Victoria Park
Have a seat.
is in the city, so trying to work this all out, and
Okay.
and we're looking at it
Yeah,
real
and
closely.
we are aware of it, and DeLand's being made aware of it, the county's aware of it, and we'll do everything we can to try to coordinate. If you've got Mr. Patterson working on the case, you're in good shape. Marjorie Johnson?
Greetings, Marjorie Johnson. I'm here today because I have 2 serious issues that I'm concerned about. And I've been before this council before to address these issues, and I've also met with the county manager, Mr. Deneen, to address it. And Ms. Cruzat, she has been working on this issue for some time, and she's brought it before you all, but I haven't seen any progress. Whenever you have a problem, you have to solve it, and you have to come up with a solution to correct it. And that issue is diversification of your workforce here in the city of Daytona Beach. I'm at every city commission meeting, and I speak before them, and they do have diversification of the workforce there. They had one department head, and he left and went over to work with the welfare system on Beach Street, Reggie. They haven't had very many since then. And you know for a fact, Mr. Kelly, that discrimination is against the law. And when you put people on these jobs, you should have a diversified workforce. So I would like to see that happen because Joyce Klusak has been pushing for that way before you got here. And she will continue to push for it until she sees some solution to the problem. The other problem that I am concerned about is the homeless. And I was at the city commission meeting last night, and they spoke about that for some time. And, you know, shelter cannot wait. And I know that this county has offered the property and it's done some other things, but I worked to help get some people elected over there, and I let them know that they need to be working with y'all to make this happen. It's going to take cooperation between the city and the county to get this problem resolved. And right now, these homeless people are suffering. I spoke to some of them last night at the meeting, and they was talking about some of the things that they have to go through, and it is rough out there. And they had the problem when they were sitting in front of that building up there, that county building where you go pay your taxes and get your tags. You know, that brought more light to the problem, and we know that it's a problem, and I hope that now that you have been elected to chair this county council, that you all will work hard with the city to get this problem resolved, because we know that service is the price that you pay for the space that you occupy. And so you are here occupying space, and these problems need to be solved, and we want this problem of homelessness solved, because shelter cannot wait. Thank you.
Thank you. And you're aware, as most everyone else is, that that was on top of my 180-day plan. We're working very, very well toward that. 2 examples have already been addressed with Hope Place and with the DeLand issue, and things are working and moving at a very rapid pace right now, and I think all of this will come about with hopefully a decision in the 180 days. I have no other cards. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak that would want to fill a card out? If not, maybe I put your card aside.
Mr. Collins and Miss Johnson, I believe, were the names.
Abby Johnson? No. Oh, okay. I met you recently. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Abby Johnson. I'm the new intergovernmental coordinator for Brevard, Indian River, and parts of Volusia County. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you, but not all. Just wanted to make you aware of my presence, and I'm happy to be here to be of assistance on behalf of the St. Johns River Water Management District. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sorry about it. I had two Johnsons right here, and I guess I put both of those aside at one. Thank you.
Are you going to be here for a little while?
Oh, all day.
That presentation, I will get that for you if you will connect with me that we discussed.
Certainly. Thank you.
Okay, I'll get it on the Oak Hill Water Septic. I'll get a copy of that for you if you wait. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Welcome aboard.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Glad to be here.
I'll try one more time. Are there any other cards? Hearing none. Up.
You got 2 Johnsons and 2 Dons.
Corian, and what's the other? Don? Sorry.
Don Collins.
Don Collins.
I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. There we go. Good.
State your name and address for the record. Don.
I'm Don Collins, 3518 Peppervine Drive in.
I don't know if you need those microphones. Anyway, go ahead.
in Orlando, Florida. Recently relocated from Atlanta, Georgia, and had the great pleasure of attending my very first Volusia County Council meeting last month. During that meeting, I fell prey to the promotional wizardry of Joanne Magley and the Daytona Half Marathon promotional team. As you can see by my youthful cheeks, I am not a runner. But I left here inspired, and I sprung from bed early Sunday morning. I ran that race, and I finished in 2 hours and 17 minutes. and that was the 3-mile fun run. Everyone was so excited, they gave me this medal.
They timed me with the calendar.
Okay. Listen, it was one of the coolest things I have ever done in my whole entire life. I will forever cherish the memory of running on that Daytona 500 Speedway. And I just wanted to thank everyone who made that event possible, everyone who coordinated and executed it. It was top shelf. So also wanted to take this opportunity to introduce myself as the new Government Relations Manager for Republic Services. So not only am I a celebrated athlete, I'm also your new garbage guy. Been in the business about 30 years. I love garbage. I love what I do, and I'm very excited to be part of the Volusia community. I've had several meetings with Lenny Marion and Regina Montgomery working together to make this the best program in the state of Florida, and I'm here to support you. So if you ever need assistance with a citizen request, or you'd like to see me get involved in a group or organization, I am absolutely here to do that. And so when you think of Don Collins, please think of garbage.
Thank you, Don. Keep on running and picking up. And
Do you have business cards?
I can say he knows how to talk
just
trash.
one of the requirements that you're fine. One of the requirements we're going to have is that next year you bring 100 people to participate with you.
There you go.
So
Okay.
that's it.
That's easy. I will do that.
Now then, unless I've made one more mistake, I've made 2 or 3 today.
Do you have business cards? I would like a card.
With
You're going to be on my speed dial, but thank you.
Now then, with that, this concludes the public participation, I think. Going once, twice, 3 times, it's gone. We will come back at 9 o'clock and start the county council meeting. So take a break, grab something to drink. I'm just going to announce, we have a 1-minute warning. Dr. Lowry had reminded me he needs a 2-minute warning, but we're down now to 1 minute and counting.
I just moved slower than everybody else.
It is 9 o'clock. We'll call the meeting to order. It is 9 o'clock. In fact, it's a little after, and we'll call the meeting to order. And this morning, we will have the invocation by Reverend Tom Nelson of the First United Church in Port Orange. Reverend Nelson, if everyone stand and then remain standing for the pledge.
Gracious God, as this meeting begins today, we pray for your wisdom to be present, that Volusia County, led by this council, would prosper and indeed have a bright future. But speak to us about what prosperity means. May each consideration, each decision be tempered with liberty and justice for all, a freedom that came at great price and a justice that is due all those under God. As the day begins, we give you thanks and pledge our devotion to the work ahead, the work of the people. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Remember the speech I gave you? There you go. Thank you.
Good morning, thank you. Just so you know,
Who? Oh. I just saw him. I had him bring these down.
your sandwich, too.
I thought you reminded me last time when I didn't get one out. Okay.
I'm the one that failed last.
May I have the roll call, please?
Yes, sir. Ms. Post? Ms. Wheeler?
Present.
Ms. Cusack? Okay, yes. Ms. Denny's?
Present.
Mr. Lowry?
Here.
Mr. Patterson? Ms. Kelly?
Here.
And can I ask and remind council to use their mics when they're making motions and seconds and everything? Thank you.
Okay. This point, we're in the comments on the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to pull any item or make any comment on any of the consent agendas? Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have a couple of comments.
Okay.
Okay.
Anyone want to pull anything? Can I have a motion? You want to do this after the motion, okay?
I can do that after the motion.
Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I move approval of the consent agenda items.
Second.
Motion is made by Mr. Patterson, seconded by Mr. Lowry. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Mr. Deneen.
Yes, Mr. Chair. On item B, this is Family and Children's Advisory Board Summer Camp Program. Just wanted to point out that this is the first time we've ever had 2 special needs camps, and we're very happy with that. Let me see, I got them all right here. On G, a special event application, that request followed the same guidelines as the Ocean Deck, and we asked them to remove their fencing during the evening. And last but not least, J. On J, I just wanted to point out that's the beginning of the design for the extension library that we have at Hope Place. By doing the design now, that'll allow us to use CDBG funds for that project. We also I talked to the sheriff's office about also, there was this issue about additional security over there, and he said he could patrol over there. We talked about setting up a place where their officer could also, if he wanted to, take a break, do some work. We're going to do that in connection with the library, because it'll be the only facility over there that actually will be open to the public, that you don't need a reference to get into.
Thank you.
With that, that's all I have.
Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is just an agenda item that was discussed with staff when we met earlier this week regarding item number 7, nominations and appointments. I had asked for the council to receive in a one-page summary of each advisory board and the current appointees, because I know when I did this the first time, it's so confusing with appointments. So I wanted to see where we are now, use that and go through, and I have received nothing. I see nothing on the DS. Before we get to that agenda item,
Ms. Denny's, I left a cover memo with each advisory board, including the ones that are on the list. And there were 3 new applications there that came in late yesterday.
Got it.
Ms. Denny's, it was a great request, and they should have put it on the dais there in front of y'all.
I will find it then
Yeah,
somewhere in the
we have an
paper.
extra one we can give you right here.
Okay, but because that's just going to be crucial to that agenda item. Okay, then if we're good and you've got.
No, actually, thank you for the request. I think that it's going to make it a lot easier for everybody to walk through the appointment. So
Ms.
it was
Cusack.
actually a good idea.
Okay, thank you. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to just comment on the summer camps, the fact that we do have those special need camps, and both of them are on the east side, but they were the only 2 applicants. So my request really is to those special need providers that maybe next year, if we could have more people and more input that would apply, it would certainly help if we can spread that on all around the county, east and west side. But I want to just compliment staff for the excellent manner in which they have handled these summer camps. It's a great opportunity for many children, and many of them with the scholarships are able to participate and have activities to do during the summer months. And then on item G, which was the beach safety, I asked Mr. Deneen to make sure that we address that so that there's no doubt that we're treating all of our constituents the same. Yeah. And so just want to make sure that we understand that. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
If there's no other comments on the consent agenda or any other questions, we'll move to item 2. Joanne Magley is here to give us an update on something.
Good morning. Joanne Magley, Community Information Director, and this morning I passed out the calendar update to each of you at the dais, and there's just 2 updates that we have for you. The first is today, actually, at 2 o'clock. The page you have says the 3rd, but it's actually today. The staff from the Marine Science Center will release a green sea turtle back to the ocean, so that's exciting. That's today at 2 o'clock at the beach ramp. And then also, you have Volusia Days in Tallahassee. We added that to your calendar just so that it would be there, and so that the public knows that on March 21st and 22nd, the Volusia Days in Tallahassee is happening, and you should have received an email from Arlene Smith earlier this week with more details.
Mr. Chair,
thank you.
If I can add to the comment on the Marine Science Center, at the end of the day, if we have time, if we'd like, we can do a Connect Live to the turtle event wherever we're at that point. We've never used this technology before, but we put it in place so in the future we'll be able to do live stuff at the meeting if you'd like. So at the end of the meeting, if you'd like the example, we may take 2 seconds out and show you a picture of what's live happening at the moment.
Thank you. My plan is to be home by 2 o'clock, so we'll see. Just kidding. Not kidding.
You wouldn't have to wait till 2 o'clock.
Oh, I thought you said you had to go wait till 2 when
No,
you're
no.
doing it.
We're saying at the end of the meeting, say the end of the meeting's 11. We could show you live of where they're at the point.
Oh,
at
okay.
that point.
Thank you.
Okay,
Joanne.
thank you.
We'll move to item 3. Mr. Deneen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jerry, if you'd come forward. What this is the final payment of the incentive grant that we gave to One Daytona for the wonderful development they're doing over there. As you know, I know a number of us were there when they did the ribbon cutting for the newest facility that they have there now, and for Bass Pro, I should say. What Jerry will talk to you about today is that they needed to meet certain criteria, physical criteria, to get the last $8 million of the $20 million grant. And he's here to tell you today, really basically, that they met the grant, they met the requirements, that we plan on forwarding the $8 million to them, should you tell us to do so, and that there are representatives here from the Speedway that can answer any questions if you have any questions on the subject.
Does anyone have any questions on Jerry? We have the information, and it does seem that they complied with all the requirements for the continuing the grant. Does anyone on the council have a question of Mr. Brenton?
Mr. Chair, for the public's sake, so that they know that a lot of the infrastructure, the things that they would physically use and see, is what the county paid for.
Right.
So if anyone out there is listening wants to know where our money went, the parking lots, the roads, a lot of that was provided by Volusia County.
Right. If there are no questions, can we have a motion at this point?
Mr. Chair.
Yes.
Move approval for the One Daytona CDD request for the final grant distribution of $8 million.
Thank you. Seconded by Mr. Patterson or Mr. Lowry. Mr. Patterson. Ms. Wheeler, you're okay? Are there any questions or discussions of the council? Hearing none, all in favor say aye. 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 Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We'll move to item 4, and this is a request to change the ECHO Project 15-13 Mosquito Lagoon Marine Enhancement Center Phase 2. And I think Donna's not going to tell us. I guess it's going to be Carmen.
Yes. All right, good morning. My name is Carmen Hall. I'm the Operations Manager in the Community Services Department. I'm also the staff liaison for the ECHO Advisory Committee. Today, on January 31st, 2017, the ECHO Advisory Committee reviewed and recommended approval of a budget change request for this project. And today we have Chad Truxell, the Executive Director of the Marine Discovery Center, to review the project and provide more information for you guys.
I think this was approved at a meeting day before yesterday, correct?
It was approved on the January 31st, 2017.
Okay, so it wasn't the one that was yesterday. Okay,
we did have a meeting yesterday, or Tuesday, but it wasn't approved then. It was approved on the 31st.
And you're going to share what with us that we don't have? Sorry. You go ahead and state your name and.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Chad Truxell, the Executive Director of the Marine Discovery Center. What I'd like to share with you is the budget change request that we put forth to the committee.
Right.
So we have a PowerPoint here today. I just want to run you through quickly the history of the project, and then we'll get to the point. I'm representing the Mosquito Lagoon Marine Enhancement Center, which is a 22-acre piece of property, formerly known as the New Smyrna Beach High School site. Next. So here's just an overview of our phases on the project. We're here before you today to discuss Phase 2 of the project. Phase 1A and B are complete. We're in progress now with Phase 2, and we have put forth just recently a Phase 3 ECHO request for the development of the property. Next. So high school site, just kind of giving you an idea of what it looks like. 22-acre parcel that was filled in 50 plus years ago. It was all historically salt marsh. That's what it looked like in 2006. Next. And then 2011, ECHO did approve funding to selectively demolish the buildings on the property that can no longer be restored, and then restore the remaining building that you can see here. You can still see the track in the back. Next. And so in Phase 1B, we took that track in the back and we completely restored 5 acres of this property back into salt marsh, which just really adds a lot of value to that property as well as a lot of ecological benefits. Next. So here we are in Phase 2. This is the request that's before you today. We proposed the purchasing through our ECHO grant request of a parcel of property on the eastern shoreline, the development of an amphitheater, an outdoor classroom, kayak storage garage, restroom storage facility, soft trail, perimeter soft trail, inner loop, hardscape trail, landscaping, and exercise stations. Next. This was approved, and now we're here before you today as we begin to roll through the project and really understand budgets, as well as a setback because of Hurricane Matthew. We are asking today for approval from council to forego the major building that originally we changed the scope a little bit.
I think that's what we have before us.
That's correct.
And I think Ms. Dennis wants to make a motion.
I'd like to hear the differences, though, because we are changing the major scope here, and
okay.
So if you could, just finish up.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah. So what I wanted to just let you know that we had originally looked to enclose a building and made that change request. It was approved through staff about 4 or 5 months ago, and then we went for additional fundraising. So it was beyond the ECHO approval. As we started to really understand the budget of that building, it came in much higher than we expected, and those additional funds that we had raised, again, separate from ECHO, some of them needed to be diverted to the repairs of our roof that was unfortunately destroyed during Hurricane Matthew. So what we were proposing now is to still build everything else beyond in the scope that we originally planned, except for the multi-purpose classroom and the restroom storage facility. The restrooms. We will still do our kayak storage facility, all the perimeter trails, the purchase of the property, the amphitheater, the landscaping. But we are requesting that we not build that multi-purpose classroom, which came in well over the $150,000 original budget. It's more around $600,000. And then we have brought that particular building before you for a phase 3.
So you say you're not building the restroom facilities?
That's correct. The restroom facilities will be a part of the building themselves. So the restrooms that we have right now in the building will support the, for the current phase 2, with the idea of going phase 3 with the restrooms.
And where's phase 3 in the timeline?
We're looking at about a year start time for phase 3.
The reason I'm asking that is now the council has used unencumbered ECHO dollars to connect that trail from Edgewater, New Smyrna, and making the Marine Discovery Center the trailhead.
Mm-hmm.
And part of that was the restroom facilities, and that. So my question is, if we're going to divert another $1.5 million to connect the trails, and part of the original deal was the facilities, where are we with that? Because we have a commitment here, and we're going forward with the City of Edgewater, New Smyrna, counting on you very genuinely to perform what was originally presented. So
yeah, my understanding regarding those restrooms is that they were going to be completely separate, so that the trailhead restrooms for the River to Sea loop were going to be completely in a separate location on the property.
Okay, so that won't divert this. Okay, I just wanted to be really clear about that because I've had questions on that. Okay, very good, thank you. And I think it should also be noted that this is not the exception to the rule. This is going to be the rule with what Hurricane Matthew has done for our nonprofits and our organizations. And the cost is, we're seeing construction on everything increasing. So this is not a unique story. And I do know too that, and looking at your presentation, that you had some pro bono work done with your construction services. You have great collaboration in the community, and I've watched that grow, so congratulations on that. And with that, I am going to move approval of the budget request change for the ECHO project 15-13 Mosquito Lagoon Marine Enhancement Center Phase 2.
Ms. Wheeler.
Second.
Motion's made by Ms. Denny, second by Ms. Wheeler. Are there any other questions? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and we appreciate the work that you do there.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
With that, we'll move to item number 5, and it regards the purchase of the vacant property on Main Street. Mr. Deneen, and each of us has been briefed on this thoroughly, I think, but
Mr. Chair, you probably saw it was in the newspaper this morning. We'll recommend the purchase of vacant property on Main Street next to for the Ocean Center with Ocean Center funds. We can give you additional comments here in front of the public if you'd like. Jamie's prepared to do that. I need to know what direction is.
I think Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to have some additional information from staff.
Okay.
Because there is concern. This is a great piece of property, and I want to make sure that our constituents understand exactly what has happened here. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
In that case,
I think we understand where it is, and I think what sets this apart, and if you have questions, we can get him to answer those, but I think the big question is that what this is something that can provide, to me, it can provide and be used by the county. It also could generate revenue with the assistance and help of Daytona Beach, allowing us to utilize that property, as well as the revenue that will be generated is like 5 times the current tax revenue that's generated. So
that's correct.
When you look at all those
I
things,
still would like to have staff have some input.
Sure.
I come here to
absolutely
have dialogue and as a council, so I want to be as swiftly as possible, but take as much time as necessary, that we all understand, and that we do not exclude the people who we represent.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I guess you.
No, I have some questions too. I'll defer to the other council members who have.
Is there a presentation that you want to make on
what I'd like to do is I'll make a couple open comments, and I'll have Jamie just go over where the property is, and because she actually handled the process for us. We found out that this property was available. It's vacant, so we didn't have to make any improvements to it. They had to tear a building down, whatever. It's adjacent to property that we own at the Ocean Center. The investment that the council's made in the Ocean Center backed in the past and the most recent $70 million that we put in means that we are going to be there for a long time. Property that's adjacent to the building is unique to us because that building, while we expanded it, also has capability to be expanded again. We do believe that the only thing that held us back from being sort of explosive in the growth was the hotel rooms and the downtime in the economy. That's all changing now. What we are doing with this property is, one, solving problems that can come up with parking today, but to give ourselves some options for the future, because we're not going anywhere, and this property, we believe, it will never get any cheaper. We also believe, as Mr. Kelly said, that there is opportunities while we're on the property, if we don't need it for parking at a specific time, that we can lease it out. This property's been leased for as much as $100,000 a year for special events. So we think we can clearly bring in $40,000 or $50,000 a year, even with static displays. With that, Jamie handles our property purchase. We have a lot of confidence in her ability to try and get us the best price, the best details. The information in the paper was correct. There were 2 estimates which Jamie can give you, but there was one other thing that wasn't in the paper. This is a foreclosed property. The bank that sold it to us bought it under foreclosure, and they had $1.4 million in the property. So I feel very comfortable that the price we're paying, we should always be able to recoup, if not make a profit, if we decide to sell it. But the other thing that was always important to this council was what Main Street will look like in the future. But because this property fronts on Main Street, it helps us maybe help design our own future destiny with the city as time goes on, hoping that Main Street will change and be a more 365-day-a-year street. This gives you frontage on Main Street, which could allow, for example, if we build a parking garage over there and need additional parking, you could actually do retail now because we now have frontage. I've talked to the city. They understand we're going to buy it, City of Daytona Beach. It definitely is in both of our best interest that the government own a piece of property like this for the future development. With that, Jamie, you want to explain the purchase?
Yes, sir. Jamie Seaman, Deputy County Attorney. If you look at the picture on the screen, you'll see that this is actually a combination of multiple parcels. It fronts on Main Street, Wild Olive, and North Oleander. And can we zoom to the next picture, please? This shows the orientation of the area where the Ocean Center is up on the top of the screen to the north. The Peabody is on Wild Olive, and you can see the two Ocean Center parking lots. So it is adjacent to our existing parking lots. When we became aware the property was available, we had 2 appraisals done, and the newspaper reported the amount of the appraisals, but not the details inside the appraisals. The comps in the appraisals were identical. Both appraisers used the same comparable property sales within the last few years. However, one of the appraisals came in at $866, but then the appraiser discounted it down to $624. I really didn't understand in the appraiser why he discounted it from $866 down to $624, but the appraiser did. You don't average appraisals, as the newspaper did. You don't take them and divide them by 2, and that becomes the value of the property. If you really believe that there's a discrepancy between appraisers, you get a review appraiser. But because the original number was $866 before the discount, we did not feel like the appraisals were that far apart, especially because they did use the same comps. One of the comps was a sale on Main Street, 505 Main Street. It sold for about $30.87 a square foot. If you calculate the square footage on this based on the property appraiser's estimate of the size of the property, we come out just at about the exact same amount. So we feel like this is within the range and within the market. We feel like, as Mr. Deneen says, it will tie into the Ocean Center. It is on Main Street, and the staff recommends approval.
Okay. Ms. Dennis.
Thank you. I've got some questions relating to the financing to the Ocean Centers. I've been looking at this. The funding for this is coming from the Ocean Center funding account. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and they currently have the finances to do this?
Yes, they do.
Do they currently have the finances to support the current unmet capital needs as far as HVAC and everything else going on in that building?
Yes, we do.
And no general fund dollars?
No general fund dollars. And the other thing that, and we never put general fund dollars in. We did put some of the sales tax, which we all agreed the building generated sales tax, but we no longer even put the sales tax in. So in a way, that's an addition to the general fund. The other thing, just to make the council comfortable, is if any time we thought because of some unforeseen downturn that it would affect in any way, shape, or form our ability to run that, we could sell that property, and I feel pretty comfortable we could get everything we paid for it. Okay.
Well,
somebody's phone's talking.
well, sorry about that. That's okay. So the question, and now we're talking about itinerant vendors. This puts the county in the itinerant vendor business?
Not necessarily.
Well, then how do you have the positive cash flow?
You can use it for parking, and you can use it for static displays. We're allowed to do that. That's a cash flow right there. The itinerant merchant tends to be a more lucrative.
Understood, that's Bike Week. But I guess here's my question. If this is such a good deal, why didn't the other businesses around it purchase it?
I can't speak for them.
That's exactly right. I've got.
I mean, there's some truth to that also on the properties that we bought on the ocean. I think someday people are going to wonder why some people didn't buy those. I mean, you grab what you can in the marketplace when you think it's in our best interest in the long run.
But here's the difference. Beach access. It is our responsibility to guarantee beach access for generations. That's been a priority. I don't know that I've ever heard it said that it's a priority that we guarantee generational access to the Ocean Center. That one kind of threw me because I'm not so sure that building will hold up through generations along an ocean with salt intrusion. So I guess my concern is, do we really need it? And I heard you, Mr. Chair, say that in the newspaper, and I think that's kind of where. First of all, do we really need it? Is it necessary?
No, we don't need it.
Oh,
it's an opportunity that I think that guarantees you some future opportunity if you need to expand the building, build additional parking. I think it creates other opportunities if you're looking for economic development in terms of long-term potential for hotels, potential for parking garage. It's an opportunity that presented itself, and we can afford to buy it out of the Ocean Center funds. But you don't have to have it. It's not absolutely needed today.
Dr. Lowry.
I was going to ask, what kind of static displays and so forth do you have in mind in regard to that?
Oh, for example, we've had opportunities with vendors. One of the issues is that sometimes they have equipment or pieces of things that they want to display that are larger than maybe even our Ocean Center interior can take, and they'll put them out in the back, and they could be cranes or whatever. And static displays, for example, during special events, we had an issue with Indian Motorcycle, where they were allowed to display the motorcycles. They could not sell them. That's the difference between being the opportunity to have a itinerant merchant, which actually sells the stuff on the property, and static displays, which demonstrate things that are for sale, but you can't buy them there. We've actually done that with Indian Motorcycles.
Okay. Also, no, I attend quite a few graduations there every year, and I think it would be in our interest for parking for that time, because I know usually if you don't get there early, you're parking up the street somewhere around the corner and so forth, and quite a few of the schools use that for graduation, so I think that might be an enhancement for that as well. Thank you.
Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mrs. Chair. I think that it would be an enhancement to the Ocean Center simply because we're getting it at a time where it's not going to be any less expensive next year than this year. And this is an opportunity for us. And as we plan for the future and for future uses as it relates to the A1A, that we ought to be looking at when opportunities present itself. We ought to be mindful of that and take advantage of it. Now, do we have to have it? No, we don't have to have it today. But will we need additional parking in 2 years, 5 years from now? I think so. Because hopefully with the economy increasing and the opportunities will present itself, that we'll be doing greater things at the Ocean Center. We need it, if for no other reason, we need the additional parking. And we need, when opportunities present itself, we need to take advantage. I totally support the purchase of that property. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So was that in the form of a motion?
That's a form of a motion.
Ms. Wheeler.
I'll second the motion, but may I make a comment?
Oh, sure.
Yeah,
Let me just, the motion's been made by Ms. Cusack, seconded by Ms. Wheeler, and
one of the reasons why I think that this is a good idea, it gives us control over what's going on there and going in there. It could be bought up by somebody else and not be something that's going to be advantageous for the city or the county. And parking, it appears, is always an issue in that area.
Thank you. Mr. Patterson.
Yeah, I'm as cheap as I am, as my wife says, constantly. But when I look at this, sometimes you have to make what I would consider a good business decision, and I think this is one of those times when, in the long run, I think it will be beneficial to the county to do it. I think years later, future councils may say, "Why didn't you do this years ago?" If we turn this down, rather than saying, "Boy, this was a great deal that was done." So I'm in favor of it.
Okay, just a couple of quick comments. When you can buy something like this that you know that, well, for example, a static display. Let's say they have the home show and someone wants to display a product, a giant product that they want to display out there, and they're willing to pay X amount of money to display it. Like you mentioned, the Indian Motorcycle. There's all kind of issues. I mean, you take the any of the special events, the Shriners are coming in town, they may want to display who knows what that they may want to display. Every convention or every event that I've gone to over the years, people have displays of items, and having that space to do that alone by itself. I just think it's a value. I don't know why the discount of the 20% was threw it off. And I was the one that shared the averaging to show that it wasn't, when you average them, it wasn't that far off. And had we had the 866 number, which was original, that was then discounted, and to me, to be able to generate more revenue than it's currently generating for the county, and we're generating maybe $6,000 or less in revenue in taxes. I think that was the number we came up with. It was something like that. So if we could generate the money by having the investment, and the other fact is the Ocean Center is profitable and has positive cash flow. So it's using money that's generated by the Ocean Center. I know we've invested in that, but it's generating the cash flow. It's not affected by the general fund, and you have enough funding to take care of all the other foreseeable needs currently that are on there. And I just think it's a good deal. If there's no other questions, all in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign.
No, I oppose.
Sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's okay. You can give me time.
The motion is made and approved by 6, opposed by Ms. Dennis. With that, we will move to item 6, and this is a, quote, workshop item, which I guess most of us have. You've probably seen this, haven't you, Pat? And thank you for helping our students, Mr. Patterson. He's going to give them a quick lesson in parliamentary procedure and Robert's Rules of Order, which they saw me so badly mess up this morning. But that's, I told them that sometimes, yeah, that's it. This is an item to discuss the master plan goals of our VOTRAN levels of services. And we'll turn, Steve Scherer with the VOTRAN is going to.
If I could introduce just for a second.
Sorry.
No problem. What I've asked Steve to do, you've all had the presentation.
Yes.
It's a pretty lengthy presentation. I want to make sure everyone understands that all the council members took, they know the system, but we took hours going through this. Steve has the presentation loaded. He is not going through this presentation today. Good. But what I've asked him to do is to pick out some key slides, make some comments so that the public can hear that. And then I thought the best time spent for him was to walk through the alternatives that have been identified at this point. Right. Once you do that, then I think that it's open to the council not only to have discussion, but Steve will provide any additional information. He has the presentation here loaded so that in case you say, I want to go back and talk about a page that he didn't talk about, he'll be able to do that. So this way, I think you can have an informed discussion. I believe that I had an opportunity, like we said, for each one of you to talk to Steve at length. So I feel that everyone should feel comfortable that they have all the details in front of them. And what I expect from this, Mr. Chair, is I expect some direction today. And then, for example, once you give me direction and say you would say we'd like to pursue an alternative or two, then what we'd do is we would package that so you knew exactly what you were getting, when it would happen, what it would cost, and we'd bring that back at a subsequent meeting.
Okay, yeah.
Steve?
Well, good morning, Mr. Chair, members of the County Council. My name is Steve Scherer, and I'm the General Manager for VOTRAN. As Mr. Deneen said, we had an opportunity to go through the presentation this week, and I want to thank you for all the time that you gave me, because it is a very lengthy presentation, and I felt like we had a good opportunity to.
I'll ditto the very lengthy time that you took with us, especially me. I don't know the rest of you, but I sat there and hammered you and hammered you and hammered you, and I'm sure the rest of us did as well. So thank you for your patience. I think at one time you were ready to tell Mr. Deneen, get him out of here.
Oh, never. No, it was an opportunity for me to remind some people of a lot of the things that we do, and to introduce some of you to some of the things that we do, and I think it was time well spent, so thank you very much. So I think what I'll do is I'll start out with some of the history. VOTRAN was created in 1975 as a service of Volusia County. Volusia County has a contractual relationship with the company that I work for, and the company that the VOTRAN employees work for, McDonald Transit, and has had that relationship since 1975. We currently have approximately 280 employees that work for VOTRAN. That includes bus operators, that includes mechanics, that includes service island employees that fuel and wash. It includes the whole spectrum, and to include office personnel as well. Our bus operators and maintenance employees are represented by the Teamsters Local 385 union, and we've done made an effort over the years to make sure that our wages align closely with those of comparable county positions. So a little bit more history. Up until 1994, Votran was primarily operated on the east side of the county. In 1994, Votran began limited service on the west side of the county, night service in 2002. I think it's important to point out these next two bullets that talk about the economic downturn and when it occurred. In 2008, as a result of a public transit study, it was recommended to the county council at the time that Route 24, which operates in the northwest part of Volusia County, be eliminated because of extremely low ridership. And through the public participation process, public hearings, it was determined that that provides a very useful link to the northwest part of the county for residents that either work in that area or needed to access DeLand for shopping, that type of thing. So in an effort to still reduce operating expenses, but at the same time continue to provide service to the northwest part of the county, several trips were eliminated. So there's very few trips right now that operate up into northwest Volusia County. Same thing happened in southeast Volusia County towards Oak Hill. So there's limited service, and I'll show you on the map here in a few slides where I'm referring to. Also in 2010, a couple years later, the directive came from the county manager to reduce, each different division was to reduce the general fund contribution that you use to fund your budget by approximately 15%. So again, we looked at which routes were doing well, which routes weren't providing as much service, and in southeast Volusia County, through the the East Volusia Transportation Study, it was determined that some of the routes in the New Smyrna Beach area were not carrying very many people. And as a result of that, the same discussion occurred, whether or not to eliminate service or whether or not to come up with an alternative on how we can continue to provide service, but eliminate some of the cost. And that was how our Flex service was born. So in 2010, Flex was created when 3 fixed routes in New Smyrna Beach were eliminated. Still in an effort to provide those folks with transportation throughout that part of the county, but reducing our operating expenses by about 30%. So some other background items just to help remind everyone of the services that we do provide. Most of our services operate Monday through Saturday between 6 a.m. and 7 p.m. On Sunday, we operate limited service. We have 6 routes operating on Sundays, and we do that with 7 buses. There is no Sunday service in West Volusia County, and there is no night service in West Volusia County. So again, we've covered a lot of this stuff, and some of this is duplicated information. So the paratransit service that we provide, that's our Votran Gold service. Votran Gold is a service that's mandated by the Federal Transit Administration. We must provide complimentary service to our fixed route, which basically means that we have to operate this Gold service during the same days, same hours, along the same service area as we operate our fixed routes. That means within a 3/4 of a mile corridor of Votran's fixed route network. And I'll show you what that means if you bear with me for a second here. So if you're looking at the map on your screen, the brown area that's shaded around the black lines, that represents the 3/4 of a mile ADA corridor. So that's where we operate our Gold service for those people that have disabilities that prevent them from using our fixed route service. Just because someone has a disability doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to use Gold service. We have a lot of folks that use wheelchairs to get around that use our fixed route service. We have a lot of folks that have side impairments that use our fixed route service for a variety of different reasons. But we do also provide Gold service for those folks who, because of their disability, just aren't able to use fixed route. We talked a little bit about, in one of the previous slides, we talked about night service and we talked about Sunday service. And what you see on the screen in front of you, this area in purple or pink represents where we operate night service, and it shows where we operate Sunday service. So in the big scheme of things, there's not a whole lot of the county that does receive night service and Sunday service. We talked about Flex a moment ago. That's just a little bit more information about that. Emergency services, Hurricane Matthew. We provided service for people to evacuate their homes, get to the shelters that were operated by the public school system, and we charge no fares for that, so each one of our bus stops becomes an evacuation point, and we take those folks to the shelter, and then when the shelters close, we do the same thing. We turn them home. That's both for people that can use the fixed route and for people that rely on our Votran Gold service, so people with special needs. A summary of services provided. We've gone through that. It talks about our East Side, West Side, Flex, and Gold. So we talked a little bit about that. Fixed route ridership. So,
excuse me.
Yes.
Can I just ask a question there?
Of course.
On that last slide, can you explain what the contractor vehicles?
Yes. So for Votran Gold, we operate about 65% of that service in-house, so with Votran vehicles, with Votran employees, and we also contract out to subcontractors the remaining 35% of that service. So we use contractors in different parts of the counties or during different hours of our service because we found it to be more efficient than us operating it internally, but we can subcontract out part of that service. But the majority of the service, 65 to 70%, is operated by Votran vehicles with Votran employees.
And Ms. Post has a question too? Okay.
All right. So fixed route ridership trend. I want to talk about a couple things on this particular slide. So in 2013, we had about 3.7 million boardings on our fixed route service. A few things happened between 2013 and 2014. If you remember, prior to 2014, there was a 7-year period where the fares remained the same. So the fixed route fare was $1.25 from 2007 until 2014. County Council at the time, we were looking for a way to generate more revenue and possibly reduce the amount of dependency upon the general fund. And so at that time, the determination was made that we needed to do a fare increase and also to be more competitive among our peers. So when we looked at a peer comparison, our fares were extremely low compared to others. So in 2014, a fare increase occurred that took fares from $1.25 to $1.50. That fare increase that was approved at the time was a two-part fare increase because ultimately the County Council wanted to get to $1.75 as the fixed route fare, but didn't want to hit the customers with that 50-cent fare increase all at once. So it was spread out over 2 years. So from 2014, 2013.
Steve, if I could add, so that the council gets credit for this, is that when we run this system, you have obviously certain costs to run the system. You subsidize it in addition to what we get from other agencies. But quite frankly, the council needs credit for the fee side of it, because the fee side of it is the political will to decide to charge certain things, and that is not an easy thing to do, as everyone knows here. If you saw the recent article on Sunrail down on the Orlando, they're not even making any money off of the fees. Here, part of it is to run it efficiently, so we meet the national standard of around 20 to 22% of actual net revenue that covers the fees. But the fact that we raised it 50 cents, and that was a hard decision because it come at a time when the economy is not doing well. But that was an important decision because that is part of how you subsidize it. You decide to charge and make that decision. And I want to point that out for the public. That's not an easy decision to make in public transit systems.
So a few things.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Manager, what you said is also, what's also important to that is it's not just a local decision. It's mandated by the state and the feds and how this all goes too. So it's not just
correct. Once we do things, you are required then, which people do not understand, you are required, like Steve would say, it's a right in terms of paratransit, and you're required to expand service. There are so many implications to doing the system right. But I want to point out, if you remember, the ones that were on the council, I think a number you were on when we raised the fee. That 50 cents was a big deal, and we actually did it over 2 years, and that way people, they don't like the idea of raising the fee, but they were more comfortable that we only did a quarter and a quarter. But you never changed paratransit.
We slightly we didn't increase it as much as we
didn't increase it as much as we could because people felt it was too much of a burden on people. But that is a key element of how you also subsidize the system, is to make sure that it pays some fees.
Let me just, since we talked about the history and we're talking about the fees, I wanted to make sure that it's on the record, because I've had a lot of emails about it and a lot of inquiries from citizens about the fact that we haven't made a lot of decisions, or any decisions really, to change anything with Votran since the council made their decision to put the brakes on, and since the downturn, basically. And we asked you to reduce the operational expenses by 30%, and then we said we're not going to make any new routes and do all of this stuff. So
what the council wanted us to do, so I'll clarify, was once the downturn came and we were in a survival mode, the thing was, do not increase the subsidy of the general fund to Votran and to reduce it. We did that. Number two, the council did, even during the downturn, increase the fees. So you did do that. What they did do was they said there was no expansions, and the council members, and this was difficult, worked together to do reductions in service in Pearson and in New Smyrna Beach. Pearson had one, and then the last but not least, just so this doesn't get lost, Ms. Post, because this got, I think, mixed up in the newspaper, never did we say we would not provide additional service on the routes that were already in place. For example, a new apartment building opens up and they want service, and it's on the route, and all he has to do is put a sign out. They put in the pad, which he's done before. He constantly is supposed to do that to provide that. You could call it increased service, but you're already not costing the system anymore. So we did that. But those were very real parameters.
So the decision was made for us not to add any more bus routes to any new growth.
Correct.
And
no expansion.
So we haven't done that.
Correct.
And I've been getting a lot of inquiries about why haven't we been looking at that. Well, so that was in the past.
Correct.
And now that's the whole point of us looking at Votran. Right. Excuse me.
Correct.
And having these workshops is because now we realize we are in a different situation, and we're regrouping, and we're addressing Votran. So I just wanted to get that on the public record, that is where we're at now, and we are looking at bus service concerning future development, concerning existing routes, concerning everything right now. So what occurred then, was then, and here's what we're doing
The only
now.
thing that you consider in this is, I think when you start looking at growth, the first thing you would logically look at is, what did we cut back?
Right.
To review that. And the other thing was, not only what did we cut back, but what did we delay? There was a lot of discussion on the council when I got here in 2006, before the big downturn started to happen. And in that year, there was a lot of discussion about night service, Sunday service, and especially going from 1 hour to a half hour on the west side. That all got put on hold. Right. So you have two things that happened. All the improvements that the west side was looking at considering getting got put on hold, and an improvement in Port Orange on the half hour. That all got put on hold. And then in addition, you had cutbacks. So if you come back to expansion, I would think that most people logically would say you don't have to do those things, but you'd probably address them before you expanded.
Absolutely, right. I just wanted to make sure that was.
I think that's good to get that on the record.
And also to state that this PowerPoint, anybody that wants to see it can see it on the website, correct?
It's on the county's website through the county council agenda. It's available to the public on the web. Yes.
As is everything that we have before us.
Yes, certainly all the council agendas.
Correct. And Mr. Chair, the good thing about that is that everything you have before you, you have seen. Yes. So if you don't discuss it here, we discussed it at 101. So if anyone wants to know what you saw, it's on the web.
They wouldn't have they would not have wanted to watch our discussion, would they? And I don't know about the rest of it. It would have been fun.
Entertaining. I enjoyed it.
All 7 times.
All 7 times. I don't even have to look at this slide. No. Okay, so getting back to the slide that we have in front of us, I think it's important. We talked a little bit about the fare increase. So in 14 and 15, we did the fare increases. It's also important to point out that about that time, we also started seeing gas prices stabilizing at a low level, and we saw the economy improving. And so you had a fare increase, you had low gas prices, you had an improving economy, and all those things tend to affect transit ridership and on a negative, have a negative effect on transit ridership. And you can see that on the bottom of the slide where I show the national trend from the American Public Transportation Association for the second quarter of 2016. This is the most recent data that they're reporting, but it shows a 5% national decline in fixed route public transit service ridership, and it shows VOTRAN is trending along the same lines. On the other hand, our paratransit service is increasing. So 14, 15, and 16, we saw, or actually 15 and 16, we saw increases from 14, where that was our low for the past 5 years. Nationally, the trend is also on an incline, so 2% nationally, a little over 3% for VOTRAN. So this slide I thought was important to touch on a little bit because it shows you each route. So this is an east side slide. This is only service on the east side of the county. There's a number on the far right that talks about passengers per hour. So that means how many passengers does that particular route pick up each hour that it operates. And these are average numbers. So you look down that right side and you've got a lot of numbers in the 20s, some in the high teens. But I think it's important to point out that on this particular slide, there's 6 different routes, actually 5 on this that included in this data, but 5 routes that operate on 30-minute service. And those routes, if you want to look at those, 3, 4, 10, 15, 17, those passenger per hour numbers tend to be pretty high. And that typically happens whenever you provide more frequent service to the customers, make it more convenient for them to get out and wait for a bus at a bus stop. They tend to ride. It tends to draw more people to those routes. So the 30-minute service on that slide is reflected in the higher numbers of passengers per hour. Now we're looking at the west side service. Same information, but it talks strictly about the routes on the west side of the county. Ridership on the west side of the county is lighter than ridership on the east side of the county. And that's historically been true. It's been the case. And is for fiscal year 2016, it remained the case. One thing that's important to point out, the bottom 3 routes on the page, Route 31, 32, and 33, those are all Sunrail feeder bus service routes. We operate those routes using 100% Florida Department of Transportation dollars. So there's no general fund money used to operate those routes. Those routes do typically tend to operate at a lower number of passengers per hour, but we also only operate those routes during peak travel time in the morning and during peak travel time in the evening. So to meet the need for commuters that are using Sunrail to get back and forth from Orlando. But those routes do operate on the west side of the county. So on this slide, the peer system comparison. So this came from the National Transit Database information. National Transit Database is a data collection requirement that all FTA-funded transit agencies are required to participate in, and it shows our statistics on some of the key performance indicators compared to some of our peer systems. So those systems that are in similar size, similar operating design as VOTRAN. So it talks about expense per passenger trip, per passenger mile, fare box recovery, and average fare. So you've had time to look at those, but it does show that VOTRAN lines up very well with our peers when it comes to a lot of these different key performance indicators. This slide shows you who you serve. VOTRAN is a service of Volusia County that mainly serves transit-dependent folks, people that without VOTRAN would have no other way to get to work or to get to school or to get to medical appointments, life's activities. But this came from a question that was asked during our transit development plan process that was just approved back in October 2016, but it was approximately 1,700 current VOTRAN riders that were surveyed as they were out using our services, and 69% of those folks either don't have a driver's license, don't drive, or don't have access to a car for some reason. So this slide shows you what you approved as our annual operating budget for fiscal year 2017. Total operating budget's about $22 million. One thing that's important to point out is that when you add up the general fund contribution, which this year is about $8.4 million, and then you add in the amount of fare revenue that we estimate to collect from passenger fares, that represents about 50% of the budget that we operate on. We certainly do receive a good amount of money from the Federal Transit Administration, over $5 million, from the Florida Department of Transportation, over $4.5 million. So we are heavily subsidized from the FTA, from the Florida Department of Transportation, and of course the county general fund. On this slide, I break out the general fund contribution. There's two parts: $7.3 million, and there's another $1.1 million. And I want to explain the $1.1 million. When this budget was approved, there was a discussion that occurred to talk about how we could meet some of the needs of the existing system. And so on Route 60, which is our only cross-county connector route, and Route 20, which is what travels along the north-south corridor here on the west side of the county, those were needs. Improving the frequency of service on those routes were needs that were identified for many years through our planning studies and planning processes. So improving those from 1 hour to 30 minutes has been identified as a priority, and that was done just recently. Actually, the beginning of February, we improved the frequency of service on Route 60 and on Route 20 from 1 hour to 30 minutes. So the $1.1 million shows the expense that was the general fund money that was included in the current budget that we're in to improve some of the existing service. This is just a snapshot from your 5-year forecast from the approved county budget. One thing to point out on this, it shows that $7.3 million, and it shows the $1.1 million for the service frequency improvement. In FY 2018, it also shows an additional commitment of cash that I believe you all will talk about to reaffirm whether that's still your desire, but it's improvement to two other existing VOTRAN routes, Route 7 and Route 11, to 30-minute service. That's an additional $1.2 million. That just summarizes that in what I just told you. So the FY17 contribution of 1.1 and the FY18 of 1.2. Sunrail, VOTRAN operates feeder bus service to Sunrail. We talked about that. Funded 100% with FDOT dollars, and currently that calculates to about $570,000 a year. If you're not familiar with the technology, we can certainly talk about that in more depth, but we offer a variety of different technology tools to our riders that provide real-time information, making their commutes or their trips much easier to complete. So I'll be glad to talk about that more in depth if you'd like. This particular slide shows a timeline to implement an additional route, so I think this one's important to spend a couple minutes on. There's a lot of different things that have to occur if we decide we want to create a route or if we decide we want to eliminate a route. So this shows you an estimated timeline. It could be compressed in some cases, but it's important to point out that that county management and county council must approve any plan to proceed. So if VOTRAN says, well, we think we need to implement a new route, we're going to need to go to the county manager's office, get his blessing, and then come to you all for your blessing and your discussion. That can take some time, and then getting county council approval. There could be a requirement for public meetings. So through our Title VI program, we could be required to hold public meetings and take public input on something that we're proposing. If you have to purchase a bus, it does take some time to purchase a bus. So we don't tend to keep vehicles on our fleet that we're not using or that we're not using as spares to operate our system. So if you have to purchase a new bus, that can take you up between 12 and 15 months, believe it or not, because these buses we aren't able to buy off of a lot. Buses are built to specification. We buy our equipment off of a consortium contract with the FDOT, so it's a statewide contract that allows us to purchase buses at a lower price based on economy of scales.
Excuse me, I'd like to ask a question on that too. Now, those, when the purchase of the bus, that doesn't come, that is totally paid for by ATA, isn't that correct?
In some cases. We don't have the ability to go to the FTA and ask them for additional capital money, but we are able to purchase buses using Federal Transit Administration dollars at 100% FTA dollars. It doesn't necessarily mean, though, that if we decide we need to add 2 buses to operate more service, we don't have the ability to go and say, hey, FTA, we'd like to have an additional $1 million to buy some buses. We get an annual apportionment based on a variety of different factors that the FTA establishes that calculates how much capital money we're going to get on an annual basis.
To follow up with that, Steve, on the appropriations from the FTA then, is there the distinguishes between operating and a capital, what we receive? So let's say there's a need and they agree with us that we need to purchase another bus. We'll round it 400,000. That won't come from the 400,000 that we're currently using and operating from that other chart you showed us, does it? Does
Well,
that
it would.
impact that?
If you were to decide today that you wanted me to go buy a bus,
Right.
I would have to basically reevaluate our capital improvement program on how we have our funding currently set to be spent over the next few years.
No, I'm not talking capital. I'm talking, will it impact the day-to-day operating side? I get the capital side.
It's one appropriation.
Okay, so that's my question. So the one appropriation includes capital and day-to-day operations?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
So, okay, so I think we need to keep that in mind. All right, I didn't understand that. That was a really good
So it
question.
would be robbing Peter to pay Paul, so to speak, from the FTA.
That's correct.
Okay, so, all right, so either way, there's a gap then in the funding if we're required to do that. Okay, that's a really good question, Commissioner Wheeler, thank you. Okay, any other questions at this time? Okay, thank you, Steve, continue. Thank you.
All right. So another part of the timeline is advertising and hiring and training employees. It's becoming more and more difficult as the economy improves for employers to locate good employees. And so we are not immune to that. We're having challenges finding folks that meet our hiring standards and can do the things that we require them to do. So that's a challenge from time to time. One of the other big things on here that I think is important to mention, if, for instance, a new route is created that operates in an area where we don't currently operate, we have to establish bus stops. And what that means in 2017 is that we must build bus stops that meet ADA, Americans with Disabilities Act. They must meet their standards. So that means a concrete pad. That means tactile edging for the sight impaired. That means a bus stop pole, that type of thing. So it's an expense that for a basic bus stop pad without not large enough to accommodate a bench, but large enough to meet the standard, that runs about $4,000. So that's the construction cost of that bus stop. So if you add 10 bus stops, then you're looking at a estimated cost of a capital cost of about $40,000 to add those bus stops. So it's important to point that out. And those improvements do take some time because it's a construction process and a permitting process in some cases is required. So the point of that slide was just to show that depending on a variety of different balls that we have to juggle in the air, and depending on the FTA requirements, it could take some time to implement a new route in an area that one does not exist. So this is where we're going to talk about items that have been items that have been identified as unmet needs through different avenues. Most of those coming from our planning process, our transportation development plan, coming from previous council members' requests for service in different areas, coming from citizen comments or requests. And these first few that I'm going to talk about are actually improvements to service that currently exists today. So night service in West Volusia, for instance. Mr. Deneen mentioned that there is no night service in West Volusia, and that was one of the things that people have talked about for some time now. But if you were going to implement night service in West Volusia, we put together a map that just kind of shows what we think that would look like. Route 20 is the busiest route on the west side, so that's the pink route that runs north and south along the 1792 corridor. In order to access Route 20 from the east side, you would need to operate service on Route 60, and as I mentioned, that's the only cross-county connector route. So if you operated Route 60 and Route 20 on nights, we could expect a cost of approximately $281,000. Now, you're going to see a lot of slides that look very similar to these. These are what we've coined over the last week as a menu of options. So they're all based on a fixed hourly rate. So there's an hourly operating expense that we know what our hourly operating expense is for our fixed route service, and we know what that same expense is for our paratransit service. Hourly operating expense for fixed route is approximately $75 an hour. So when we do the math on the number of days and the number of hours that new service would operate, that's how we come up with our fixed route cost per year. $281 for night service in West Volusia. We also have to factor in an estimated cost for additional paratransit service. So as I mentioned earlier, when you're operating fixed route service, you must also operate paratransit service in the same area up to 3/4 of a mile outside the fixed route corridor, and you must do it during the same hours and days.
If I can add in here, Steve, the previous council, before as the downturn happened and we put things on hold, because I don't know if anybody was on the council at that time. This was where we stopped, okay, because we had done night service on the east side. While we had stopped here, and I think the council always knew they'd re-review, there's other unmet needs. For example, in West Volusia, the half hour, I think there was a thought that we were moving to that in the key route on the west side. This night service, no one was really ever sold on this one in terms of how productive it would be. But I still think we did stop, and you need to review it. But I don't know if there was as much interest in those days on this one because of ridership as the half hour. That's where we left it when it stopped.
So, and that's a good point, Mr. Manager. So what we're reviewing now is just what has been on hold.
This is where you picked it up where the movie stopped. You have just started, this is where it stopped.
So it's not necessarily that these are all the recommendations, but this is what has been accumulating from concerns from constituents.
Pardon me?
Yes.
Correct. And this one was, Steve has gotten requests from different people different times. Right. This one was more of a request at the time from West Side Council people who were saying we need to look at this. So they had identified that there might be a need. Yeah. Less identification of this than there was of the half-hour service, because for our riders, there is a big difference between half-hour and hour service.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. So similar to the west side night service, Sunday service in West Volusia, so it would be this along the same corridors, Route 60 and Route 20, north and south. That'd be 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. if you were to choose to operate that on a Sunday. And the the annual operating expense estimated for that would be about $187,000 based on 52 Sundays a year. And there's an estimated expense for paratransit service as well. Now, I think it's important to point out that as we get into some of the other slides that we'll talk about, some of those are going to include a capital cost of adding vehicles. So if it's a service that's operated during our peak service time that we already operate, we aren't going to necessarily have vehicles to operate additional service available to us. So these first two don't have a capital expense because we already operate very limited service on Sunday, so we have vehicles available. But the point to remember is that if you are operating your vehicles more, then obviously you're going to have more wear and tear on the fleet.
Steve, I just realized something that in terms of putting this into perspective, I'm not sure we clarified. I think you did in your discussions, but logically where it falls, he completed the service when last year. The previous council did a 2-year plan. It was the biggest increase we ever did in Votran, and it was on existing routes. So you made 20 and 6, right? Half hour.
20 and 60.
20 and 60 half hour, and that is in effect now. That was the big need on the west side for sure. But the other one was at 7-Eleven, right? And that's the one that's planned for this next year. Those were the highest needs in terms of the system. And so when he talks about unmet needs, that one's not listed because the previous council had decided in 18 that you would do that. What I would like this council is to reaffirm that decision, because that is, in other words, I want to make sure that we're all still in agreement, because that was the previous council that did it. I wouldn't be doing that till next year. But our goal, we think, is to move ahead and do that, which is 7-Eleven. So we'll talk about that later in the presentation.
Okay.
Continue, Steve.
We actually touched on that a little bit ago with the 7-Eleven and the 60/20. So
I just want to reconfirm that in the end.
So the slide that you're looking at right now talks about holiday service. This is one that comes to us from time to time, mainly from the hotel industry. Our hotels are open 365 days a year, and many of the folks that work in those hotels use Votrans services to get to and from work. So this is a concern that comes to us from year to year, and we've estimated that to operate, well, let me back up. We actually do operate some service on some holidays, but the slide in front of you shows that we don't operate service on New Year's Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day. Otherwise, we operate every day of the year. It's some level of service every day of the year. So this particular expense of $29,000 plus the $12,000 paratransit cost estimate would be to operate New Year's Day, Thanksgiving Day, and Christmas Day.
Ms. Denny's.
Just a comment, and this is I'm a little more aware of this in funding opportunities. You just showed that funding breakdown before.
Okay.
But anyway, I want to go back. I'm going to just speak generically, and we can talk about this during discussion. But this holiday service, I know, is the biggest request from over in the Daytona area, and I understand that for the employees servicing the tourist district over there. And we've had multiple requests for that. However, I also know that this is also an acceptable expense for ad authorities. This is an acceptable expense. Is not that correct, Mr. Eckert?
Well, the ad authorities can spend to advertise and promote tourism, and I think it would be, and the determination of that expenditure is based upon sound legislative judgment on your part. So it would depend if there are findings made that you're aiming at advertising and promoting tourism, whether by serving the patrons of the hotels or in part by facilitating service personnel so to fill a need, then I think you could make such findings. It really depends upon, now, there's some limit to that, obviously, so it's a matter of sound legislative discretion.
Understood, but this is, we talk about collaboration and partnership and expanding service and coming to the table when there's other funding sources that I don't want to be afraid to look at in discussion. That's just my comment. We can talk about it further in the workshop. Thank you.
I mean, well, this, just so we all are clear, this is the workshop, and I think anytime any of us have questions, this is a workshop item. We're only going to seek to provide direction, and anytime you have a question, I would suggest here that you don't even need to push your little speaker button. Just ask the question. We're going to get through it. Be as polite to the person in front of you or behind you as possible, but let's just get this. It's important. And the only way we're going to be able to work through this is to discuss it and talk and bring out all the issues. And I'm bad about something pops in my brain, and if I don't write it down, it'll pop back out faster. So sometimes I have to ask.
Well, so may I just say, in regards to the ad authority funding, if we're in whenever we go into a gray area, it makes me very nervous. I'm absolutely for looking at, figuring out where we can take the money from and reallocate and do that and work and partner with the other departments, but.
Sometimes things are not always black and white, and
Right,
sometimes
but
they are gray.
so I would
sometimes
really
gray
like
is
to find out
acceptable.
more about that. I really would. Yeah, I really would.
When the requests have come in, we've never asked for
Yeah.
them to participate financially, and they've never offered.
Well,
So
let's
that-
look
so
into that.
It's just, the only thing we know is that, especially in Daytona Beach, especially because the hotels, they have a lot of workers during the holidays, that's who asks.
And that was the biggest thing, is they have to work in the hotels and to provide the tourists that are there over the holidays.
Right.
I think you could reasonably form a case. I'm not a lawyer, but for what our attorney laid out, Ms. Cusack, isn't that right?
I would definitely like to look into it.
I
yeah.
think we can lay that case out.
Well,
So
and I think
that'd
what's
be something to
important
look at.
too, what he said was, they've never offered, we've never asked. This is a perfect case of you have not because you ask not. I
Right.
think it's time we ask.
The other thing about the system on these kind of initiatives, these are the things too that you could decide to try it for a year. Look at your results and decide. You're not, because in these kind
You're
of things,
stealing
you're
my
not,
thunder on my next item. I was going to do that.
my point being is that where you don't have to buy an extra bus and you want to try a service, you could try something, usually a year's a reasonable time. And sometimes you may say, we tried it, it worked, we're happy, or it didn't work.
Steve, I bombarded you with that particular point for about 20 or 30 minutes, I believe.
Sorry to steal your thunder.
You did.
All right.
So you have, I mean, I would take that kind of as a consensus. It's not a vote, but that would be something, Mr. Deneen, that you look at.
We could look at it.
Direction from the council to look at that. So that's one.
I would like to officially make sure that we're, yeah.
Yeah, that's done.
Okay.
Thank you.
I think it would scare people less if it's an experiment too.
Yes.
And they're not committed, if they don't like how it works out.
Right. And you would also be generating numbers, which would be, and this is the good thing about where you have things where you expand like this, that you can see the effect of it. You can measure the results of your action.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Okay, I mean,
Ready?
just be prepared to be interrupted.
No, I'm
Okay.
fine. I just make sure I don't interrupt you all in your
No,
discussion.
no.
Okay, so one of the other unmet needs that's been identified through the years is New Smyrna Beach State Road 44 corridor. We've received a good number of requests over the past several years for service to the new Walmart. So I know this map is still kind of small on the screen, but we call it the new Walmart. It's been there for several years. But there's a Walmart out west of 95. I'm sorry, it's on the left side of the screen. The blue area, it's west of 95. And currently, the service that we operate that covers part of the State Road 44 corridor is our Flex service. Flex service only operates out to this red line, so it does fall short of the Walmart. That means that people on our Gold service cannot access that Walmart. People on our Flex service also can't access that Walmart. At the time that the original requests started coming for access to this Walmart, there wasn't near as much growth that's occurred on State Road 44. So this is one that we think could potentially generate a decent amount of ridership. Walmarts typically do generate a lot of ridership that we travel to. For instance,
While we're on this one, I know this is Deb's area, and it's probably really near and dear to her heart, but this is something that I touched on when we were looking at it, and I thought this might be a very good part or point to pick up and do a trial on this one, to look at doing a trial. I mean, not saying that we would, but to look at that as a trial by extending it, and by doing it as a trial, then we're not tied into extending the Gold service, as I understand it.
Well, you would certainly have to extend the Gold service, but if you operated this on a pilot, you would be able to look at it over a short period of time and determine whether or not it was something that you wanted to continue to fund.
Right, looking at a pilot over a 2-year program and see the effect there again, see the effectiveness, because I believe that there is.
You're talking about a fixed route service?
Yes.
That's
To
a good
extend it to where you're talking about, and that was brought up, and I thought that kind of made sense when you looked at, especially when you looked at the numbers, and by the savings from eliminating the Flex on the west side, your cost wasn't going to be that high. I may be getting way ahead of everybody, but
No, I would like to add to that too. You know, when you're talking about the Walmart, but you're also talking about, isn't there a Florida hospital out there? Yeah, you know, so they get dropped off the flex line, and then you have, then you have a, they
Yeah,
have to.
I believe it's 1.7 miles
Mhm.
from the edge of the flex service area.
So what are they doing now when they get off at the flex at the end?
Nothing.
Then they.
Well, we don't have any service that we provide
service.
beyond that flex
Right.
service area.
Yeah.
One thing on this one, if you did an experiment, you could. Here's the caveat. This one you have to buy a bus for. What this would mean is, if you decided not to do it, we'd put that bus in rotation, so you'd eliminate the cost of a bus for somewhere else.
But I
So
thought
you
in
could
our
do it.
discussions earlier that wasn't true, that we had enough buses that we were circulating, that would not be required immediately. Steve,
It would be a challenge. We don't necessarily have extra buses that we don't operate. We're using our spares to accommodate maintenance on buses, so we rotate them in and out. If you were to implement something like this, we would need to make a decision on how we were going to fund an additional bus if we decided to make.
But what I'm
this
getting at, knowing what I know about what's coming up, that if we bought this bus for this experiment and it didn't work out, the timing would be such that we would use it somewhere else where we would have bought a bus.
We've got fleet.
Yeah, because we would have had needs anyway in that period of time. You can't do that with a whole bunch of buses, but one, you could do it.
I thought in my discussion, I thought this was one where you said you might be able to steal one from somewhere.
That's what I was told too.
Yeah, that you could steal one to put it in faster than, you had a year timeline or
Short-term
longer.
basis.
Pardon?
We're into stealing buses now.
Yeah. When he talks short time, he don't mean 2 years. So short time, all I'm saying is, I think you still have that flexibility. I was just trying to say, if you wanted to buy a bus here, because it would be one, even if the experiment didn't work out in, say, 2 years, that would go into normal rotation so we could make it work. That's all I'm saying.
This is one that I think we need to get some numbers based upon what we know that we have, what we potentially have. If you looked at this and you look at the cost of doing that, what we're just talking about, what would be our cost throwing out the cost of buying a bus? And that obviously the cost of buying a bus is going to be what it is.
I would like to add in there too,
I mean, he can show it. Let him see if he can show us that.
Yeah, show him the cost.
Yeah, that we
On
would
your
also.
screen. The cost is on
The
your
cost
screen
of doing
right
a
now.
pilot program on extending 44 out to and beyond.
It's on your
whatever,
screen
to
right now.
44.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we've got it in the pack.
And that would also eliminate the cost for the flex
On the west side of US 1.
on the west side, yeah.
There's currently 2 flex service areas, one on the east side of US 1, one on the west side.
Mhm.
If you implemented a fixed route from downtown New Smyrna at our Julia and Sam's transfer point
Mhm.
that went west to the Walmart, you could potentially eliminate the flex service that's operated on the west side of US 1. But it's important to point out that if you do eliminate or do make the decision that you want to eliminate the flex service, you would have to go through the Title VI public hearing process to determine what the public's thoughts are on that potential elimination.
But we're expanding the service, we're not decreasing it. Another thing here too, Steve, that I looked at and kind of connected with, because again, this is so much to figure out. When we looked at Route 41, New Smyrna Beach, Edgewater, that's north-south route. And I'm looking at the ridership passengers per hour is 9.5. I'll bet you if we do this as a 2-year test, this number is going to increase because they can connect. There's no connectors in Flex. They just go up there and it's over. But if they have a connector on this line, what is this, 43? And I agree, Flex Beachside, I've had no request from Beachside for any expansion of services. But this will help that other connector, the 41 from Edgewater. It will connect all those. And I have to, this is really interesting in this whole thing with Votran. I was meeting with some citizens on something totally unrelated, and the lady said to me about the bus service. She brought it up, and she said, you know, because with Flex service, you have to call 2 hours in advance to get a bus. And she said, you know, what you've done is you have isolated an entire community. And I said, well, why is that? How, you know, why would you say that? She said, because most of us don't realize by the time it's got to be 2 hours ahead of time to call for the bus. We're past that. And then we can't connect anywhere after we get out there. And I thought, oh my gosh, that I can understand that. So, but Florida Hospital Health Center is probably as vital as the Super Walmart, because they're offering physical therapy and everything else. There's more and more constituent requests to get out to that medical facility. That high use and high demand is increasing more than any, actually more than the Walmart.
So you would probably be in agreement to do a pilot program looking at the cost.
Sure.
And the cost, from memory now, I'm only going memory, I think the additional cost was like 200 and something, huh?
And also be mindful of the fact in the pilot program, what you offer is very difficult to take back.
Well, they know going in, you put it out up
They
front.
know
This is a
going
pilot, and I understand that. This is a pilot program, but it has to justify what we're doing. And I believe, based upon what I hear and see, that this pilot program will create the ridership that justifies it. I mean, that's one of the things that.
I think it will too, but
I
I
understand
think
what you're
that you have to be mindful that we need to be planning for that pilot to become a reality.
Well, let's hope that it works. If it works, then the ridership.
I think it will work because you have such high demand.
But if
right
we
now.
only have 2 or 3 riders a day, we're going to say, look, there's only 2 of you riding. We're going to give you Uber, and that's it.
But it's
And
at
it's
the
gonna
same
save us.
time, even if it's a pilot program at 281,700, we still have to then add the paratransit also, correct?
You're
That's right.
expanding your service area
So you've got
beyond the
another-
existing flex, so you will incur additional paratransit
That's right.
expenses.
Yeah.
And I can tell you that
Like 49,000 here.
our
somewhere around
estimate
there.
was about $49,000.
Mhm.
I can tell you that destinations such as Walmart generate a lot of ridership. So, for instance, the Ormond Beach Walmart generates over 60,000 boardings and lightings on an annual basis. That's on our fixed route.
That's 90% of Ormond Beach
But we
ridership,
carry a good number of our gold passengers to Walmarts as well to do their grocery shopping, go to the pharmacy, that type of thing.
I think what Ms. Cusack's getting at, which is really important in public transportation, is that when you do experiments, you really do them where you think you're going to be successful. You just don't make them count, because what she's right about is it's very hard to take back a system. And so here we think you'd be successful. That's why I'm not as worried about buying the bus. I think we can figure that in. And if you say to do this, we'll put you the whole package together. I don't think you can go wrong in that sense. So yeah, we can put this all together for you.
And that's what you're exactly right. That's what I'm speaking of. We need to plan to make sure that this will become a part of the transit system. And we need to be planning in that direction.
You're right, and you're right with the paratransit, and that's the biggest request that I've had from citizens too. And you can see our own statistics countywide, you see that's the biggest ridership increase is in that market, and that makes sense. It's for the transit-dependent citizens that need the service the most that we're trying to connect for.
Well, and your point about the other route being affected, absolutely. We've talked about that. We think now that you have a big destination you can connect to, that will enhance the other routes.
Does the north-south route from Edgewater to New Smyrna end at the same location that this one would originate?
Yes. Julian Sam's is a super stop that we operate our north-south fixed route service through and our flex service currently.
That was my question.
It'll allow a connector.
Right, and I thought that's what you said. I just wanted to make sure that it did wind up at exactly that same.
That's this area right here that has the little Votran bus stop. Well, it did. That's the Julia and Sam super stop that operates currently our fixed route service through there. So, and when you talk about a pilot program,
So who's taking notes on so far, the summarize? We're looking at the weekend on the Daytona Beach area, working with
Donna.
Okay, somebody's taking that. We're looking at this one.
Right.
How much money do we have left? I'm just kidding.
You'll have a menu
If
at
you're
the
in
very
public
end.
transit, you're not interested.
We're continuing.
How much you lose?
Yeah, the more you use it,
to
the more
work
you
on
lose.
Route 7 and 11.
I think the manager's asked for you all to reaffirm that that is still your interest to commit
that
that
was
funding
something
to
that
Route
was
711.
talked about several years ago or whatever.
You mentioned it, he mentioned it earlier on, but I just wanted to make sure that you understand that we haven't implemented that yet. We are planning, I wanted to reconfirm that. Those two things, though, the half-hour service on the west side and the half-hour service now in Port Orange, were probably the highest two demands we had, because it changes the nature of that system dramatically. It's very hard to use this system to get to places with a 1 hour. That's hard on people. And a lot of times, if you happen to miss that bus, it's bad enough to wait a half hour, but have to wait an hour. So a half hour makes a big difference in our system.
And trying to call 2 hours in advance is even worse.
Yes.
And
Yes.
we're looking at $1,000,000 or whatever.
$1,200,000.
$1,000,000 for.
So that everyone understands.
But that was to expand 7-Eleven?
Yes.
7-Eleven.
That would take it to double 7-Eleven to make it half-hour service, and he can show you where that route would be.
Don't you have the chart with all of these?
Yeah, we went over it.
Yeah.
But
Maybe
that
just
was,
put up-
that was one that I was gonna reevaluate, looking at all of the money going to 7-Eleven, because I was gonna steal some money from that, maybe
No.
from 44.
That's why I think you need to reconfirm, so everyone's on the same page.
Well, that's why I'm saying it.
Yeah.
And so far,
These are heavily trafficked areas, that 7-Eleven. Can you explain again where those
This is
are
Route
from?
7 that you're looking at on the screen right now. So this operates out of the Daytona Beach Transfer Plaza on Mary McLeod Bethune Boulevard, and travels south through South Daytona. This is the Votran office. It's stop 762. And since we're looking at it, we're going to show off a little technology so you can get real-time information from our website here.
How many people just got on?
Yeah.
Well, I hope there's a lot of people on the bus.
There's 2 people on.
There's 11 people on this bus right now on
Okay,
on
just
1706.
That's pretty
I sure wish it was standing room only.
11 people on 7-Eleven.
On that one Route 7 bus.
One.
On that one Route 7 bus. So then it travels on south into the Dunlawton area, Swallowtail area, and it also travels out to the Pavilion. So this is an area that
That is Route 7, or is that 11?
that's Route 7.
Okay, now, can you show the 11?
I can.
Probably 7 people on that one.
Okay, Route 11 operates also out of the Daytona Beach Transfer Plaza, and let me get that off the screen.
Yeah, that's a big route.
It's a big route. Runs out by the Speedway, by the mall, by your new One Daytona project. It runs the core Daytona Beach area. There's 9 people on that one
At this moment.
at this moment.
I still feel the need for that one.
It's kind of off peak right now too.
I think it's good to point out too, though, that we had discussed every year now, really looking at Votran and reevaluating and seeing where we were at each year. To if we do a strategic plan, if we do our list, that once a year we would look at the list and
Master plan.
Yeah.
That's why, I was going to suggest you do this in February of every year, because then we can fit it to the budgets. Here's the other thing about going to the double. For example, when he goes to I keep saying most people are used to systems that are on 15-minute headways. Half hour people can deal with. Hour makes a big difference. So we think that'll change this. But here's the other beauty of this. If you reevaluate this each year, when you give it time, it's easier to go back from a half hour to an hour, because you keep the route, okay? So if it doesn't justify it, then what you're doing is you have to use that bus. That bus now will be used to offset another purchase when we wear out a bus. So there's less risk. I think if you do it yearly and you look at these things, you'll find out whether they work.
Well, that leads to another question. When we're looking at the 44 fixed route, are you looking at 30 minutes or 60 minutes
60-minute service.
to start?
Mm-hmm.
And if the demand,
You look at it.
then we would look at
if
it
the
in
demand increases.
in February.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
So in less than a year, we would be looking at it again.
Yes.
We'll review it in a year. That's good.
I think we have no money left.
I'm always the one that worries about that.
All right, you heard him.
We're okay right now. We're fine right now.
All right. So if we were to do the pilot program on 44, I'm going to call them areas, and then if we were to go ahead and do what was looked at 2 years ago on 7-Eleven, extending those,
right,
and doing the beachside and the what other ones was
Well, you're still going through alternatives. You're still going through alternatives. You need to continue them through alternatives. When you're done, if you suggest, Jim, we'd like to look at this, I'll put the package together for you. By the way, the 1.2 million for next year is already figured in the 5-year forecast in the Go to Zero. So that was already in there.
But it's figured in.
It's already figured in.
It's in there. It's like
in there.
And I just want to remind everyone there is a west side of the county too.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. There's other. That's why he's got to get to other alternatives.
I just said that.
Let's go through all the alternatives.
I just wanted to put those down as not guaranteed. I mean, it's not.
We're listening, Joyce.
We're on the west side now. Howland Boulevard.
Perfect segue.
We're not saying that this is a given. This is things that are finalized to maybe look at to come back at.
You will get another bite at this apple.
Oh,
If
yes.
you tell me a direction,
Right.
we'd put it together, and you'd look one more time,
Okay.
and you'd say go.
West side.
All right, so now we're talking
What do you
about the west
recommend?
side. One of the needs that have been identified on the west side is the Howland Boulevard corridor. So what
That
we're
would be
looking at,
southwest side.
what we're looking at here is the DuPont Lakes Shopping Center on the right-hand side of your screen, and then the blue dotted line is Howland Boulevard. So you got a variety of different things that sit along Howland Boulevard. You've got grocery shopping. You've got the new Deltona Community Center. You've got Deltona High School. You've got Halifax Medical Center, medical facility, the new Epic Theater Complex, and my understanding is there's going to be another medical facility that's going to be Florida Hospital that's going to be built there near the Epic Theater Complex. You have this drop down here to the south, that the Volusia County Library here. You got Daytona State College, Deltona, and then you've got Deltona City Hall. Now, that area is already served from the south, so you've got other service that comes into the City Hall, Daytona State College, County Library complex from the south. So this would be an opportunity for people to connect to different service there, and there's an opportunity to connect to different service at the DuPont Lakes, near the DuPont Lakes Shopping Center. So this is one that had been identified through the years. One thing that's changed here is there used to be a county health department in this same vicinity, and that has now moved to Harley Strickland in Orange City. So it's a little bit different, but you still have some potential for ridership there.
Right, and you're also going to have to be mindful that that hospital is coming up. So you will have outpatient labs, all kinds of things going on there.
And that's going to be in this yellow area. North?
And the Halifax is in the blue above it.
No, we're talking about another health facility that's going to be coming in.
Right.
So that's Howland Boulevard. The menu of costs, as we've looked at, it's in the same format based on the number of hours. This would be a 90-minute service. So this is not even 60-minute service. The distance of the route would require it to be a 90-minute frequency. $281,000 with an estimated paratransit cost $48,775.
You're adding this to an existing route, correct?
This is basically a standalone route, so you'd also have bus stops. Let me show you again.
But I mean, we already have service in
You have service that operates down, that operates on the south side of the complex here, the Deltona City Hall, Daytona State College complex, but you don't have any service up here on Howland Boulevard.
That's 2122, isn't there something like it?
They're down here below below the Deltona.
I was hoping
City
we
Hall.
could tweak one of those, but that doesn't work in your all's formula. So.
Well, you know, we talked about the old Deltona Community Center and the fact that it's moving, but there's other
a lot of ridership.
There's other ridership down
I got
in that vicinity. There's some grocery shopping opportunities, and there's some residential down there that generates a decent amount of activity. So I think you might run into a challenge with public if you try to eliminate.
What's the timing of that route?
90 minutes.
90 still, okay.
All right, so there's your cost again and your estimated cost of paratransit. Daytona State College DeLand campus, this is one that has come to us in the past. And I'll tell you that when service was implemented on the west side of the county, we looked at the Daytona State College DeLand campus, and the challenge is there's just not a whole lot that lies between DeLand and the college to generate other ridership. And so when we're looking at options on how to spend the public's money, we're looking at the routes that we think would potentially generate the most ridership, the most potential to generate fares. So this one is one that has been identified but is challenging because of the lack of infrastructure between or trip generation between downtown DeLand and the Daytona State College campus. And I'm sorry, your screen is black now. We got one or two more
time's
options,
up.
but
a quarter in.
I know Jeff's around here somewhere. He's already working on it probably. But we have the
Fare schedule is changed.
Yeah, I put $1.75 in, right?
All right, so that was when we drew the route. We also included the land crossing in the Volusia County Fairgrounds, since it's somewhat in the vicinity of Daytona State College. We have had some requests for service to the fairgrounds, mostly during the times that the fair is actually operating. So the cost, again, is based on the number of hours operated. That service would also be 90-minute service. Same cost, $281,700 with an estimated $48,000 paratransit cost. So this slide just gives you an idea of what we talked a little bit about One Daytona, and I know you guys talked about it a little bit this morning too. What we're doing in that vicinity, so you've got Bill France Boulevard, and then you've got International Speedway Boulevard. We didn't have to make any modifications to our service at all to provide the service to this new development. We actually operate several routes on International Speedway that travel in front, and a few routes up and down North Bill France that are serving that complex today, and will continue to as it grows. But based on where it was located, it allowed us to provide really good service without making any changes at all. Bill?
This is one of the big issues that the previous council wanted to push on people, is that if you build on and do, if you infill development, you get these benefits automatically. And so this would always happen with infill development. In other words, Steve will make it work in our system.
So just clarifying for the public, this is not a new option that we're looking at or anything. This is just an example of the infill.
It's an example of how infill development got service without any additional cost to us. The only thing that could change is sometimes without it, especially if it won't really negatively affect the service. If they say, for example, they built this development and said, could you move the bus a little bit further in here and we'll put a stop for you. As long as it wouldn't interfere with his route scheduling, he's allowed to do those kind of things. But it's part of the reason why, in addition to water, sewer, sidewalks, and all that, that this comes with the infill, which is why the council was always promoting infill. It also is a better way to use public services.
All right, so now we're going to talk about the North American Development Group projects of Tanger Outlet Mall and Trader Joe's Distribution Center. So there's been a lot of coverage on the cost that we've estimated for service to the Tanger Outlet Mall. This particular location is a little over a mile outside of our service area at LPGA in Williamson. What you're looking at...
But you go right by there, no?
Over a mile from LPGA in Williamson to the stop that was developed inside Tanger. It's over a mile from that location.
But you travel Williamson, correct?
The closest, well, on the north side, the closest we get is LPGA in Williamson, which is right where that,
You don't go south of Williamson any further than that? You don't go down by
pick
the
up-
police station?
we pick up Williamson on a different route that operates directly in front of the Daytona Beach Police Station,
Right.
So above it and below it.
above it and below it. That's correct.
LPGA, basically LPGA North, correct? That area in there, and then where the police department comes out near Mason down.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So where it comes out just close to Mason or just south? Nothing?
This is the police station right here where you see the icon there
Right.
with the hand. The service runs down, Valor, I think is the name of the street.
Yeah.
So what you're looking at is a route that exists in some ways. This is Route 10. Route 10 operates 7 days a week. It operates on Sundays. It operates at night. So when we get into the cost on the next slide, because of the fact that we've never actually received a request from Tanger or from any of a formal request from any of the employers.
Say that again?
Because of the fact that we've never actually received a request from Tanger for service to the mall, we had to make
I'm sorry, say that again? No, I'm trying.
for the record.
My microphone wasn't on.
And what about requests from the public to Votran? Because I know Votran gets requests on a regular basis.
We've received a very, very few requests. Maybe a couple emails that have come in through our comment link.
I'll give you one now.
Recently?
No.
Okay.
It
You wanna give him one, Joyce?
It typically followed if there was a newspaper article or something on Tanger, then it would follow along with that. So when we designed this route, it's actually an extension of existing Route 10, and we had to make a number of assumptions because we haven't had the request that we believe that we would serve more employees than we would people that would be going to actually shop. And so if we're serving employees that are trying to get to work, the mall itself is open 7 days a week. It's open into the night. So in order to provide good service to employees, to be able to get them to work and be able to get them home from work if they worked until 10 o'clock at night or so, we assumed that we would need to be providing service. So the cost assumption that we made with this particular route does operate 7 days a week, operates night service, and operates on a frequency of 30 minutes. But Route 10 already operates on 30-minute frequency.
May I ask you, Steve, those requests for service, do you know if those were from people specifically working there that needed to get out there, or just people inquiring about it because it was in the air?
I don't recall any specific requests saying, I work at this particular store and I can't get to work. There were more just, it doesn't make sense that you're not serving the outlet mall. When are you going to start serving?
A lot of copy and paste emails.
And I wouldn't say that there was a lot. I mean, there was a handful.
I got a handful of those, yeah.
So the assumptions that we made were that that we would need to provide service during all hours of operation of the mall so that employees could get to and from that location.
I'd like to ask Mr. Deneen a question. Is Tanger Outlet, was this the first outlet that they've ever put in?
No.
It's the second one in Florida. They have them numerous places.
I'm being a little sarcastic. I'm trying to make a point. There's 50 of these across America.
Oh, yeah.
And to be honest with you, the fact that they obviously have a checklist of what needs to be done in order to come into an area. And not one time was that ever brought to us that there needed to be bus service out there. I've been at Tanger Outlets before. They need to have more BMW parking than they do bus service. It's that kind of a deal. This is not Kmart, Walmart shoppers, and I say that because I'm a Walmart shopper myself. It's where I get all my fishing stuff. But to me, I don't understand why there was such a push in regard to it. It just really didn't make any sense to me because there's other areas in our county that really need to be serviced. And honestly, I didn't see a lot of people that's going to be getting on off the bus to go to Tanger Outlet. That's just my view on that.
But also, it's many of the malls have we given money like to
Incentive.
bring them here.
Yeah.
And so, so this would, that's kind of like comparing apples to oranges. We put in dollars actually to bring that mall to Volusia County.
Yes.
Whereas we did not put in money, say if they, for a mall that comes that we had no influence, no tax dollars were spent there to bring in the infrastructure there, then that's different to me.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you're going to spend some money in one way, so it was just as much their responsibility and ours, because it was a partnership.
So I think there are two things to note here when you're talking about that is I think we all realize that it is our responsibility when we're dealing with these different developers and things like that. From here on, we can't do anything about what happened last month, last year, 10 years ago. But from here on out, we all get it, and from here on out, we understand that that's a responsibility, and we will be looking at that for any future development. So I would like to absolutely get that on the record. That I think we're all, or I'm in agreement with that. But and the other thing I'd like to also say is the fact that we haven't had any outpouring of requests from people that actually are requesting the service specifically. There's not a whole lot out there. If we look at it realistically, hopefully, that area is going to build up when Sam Clubs comes in and all of that, and Minto. But there's not a whole lot out there right now. At some point, will we need transportation out there? One would assume yes, but right now, when we're looking at reevaluating the system and we're looking at our super needs, I don't see that as being at the top of the list. I think in the future, as we're reevaluating, it will absolutely be on the list as things grow, but I'm not seeing it as a...
Let me take the counterpoint on that. You have two routes that come within a mile. And why you can't tweak those routes to provide the service without an extensive cost, and I know you're saying that you run, but it comes so close, and I guess I'll kind of do another counterpoint on nothing there. Look around and look what's coming. Look around to the east and to the northeast. I mean, you have...
I'm not saying it's not important. I'm just saying if we're looking at our list...
Let me finish. I understand what you're saying. You're saying that currently you don't think... I still think there's a lot there.
I think
current needs.
And I think it's a current need. And I think if you look at the history, and Steve Tanger went to school with a good friend of mine in Greensboro, and I'm familiar with them because I've been going to North Carolina since 1990. And most of their outlet malls are located interstate accessible pretty much only. This is probably one of the few, I wouldn't say for sure, but it's one of the ones that's located that close to residential areas. A lot of them are in between areas, travel on the interstate. They are a destination that people have to choose to go to. This one, where you have a place like Tanger and the Trader Joe's, just happen to be right next to where it is. And I'm trying to think, I know, Fred, you travel and see them as well. I'm trying to think if there's any major places like a Trader Joe's, that proximity to another Tanger. So it was I think it was probably unique, whether it was or not. There's probably a need for service at Tanger. You have the two routes, one that goes, even if you didn't do anything but put a bus stop where across from the police station, and it's not up to us to plan where it goes.
There's a bus stop at the police station.
Yes, I understand that, but across the road.
At Mason and Williamson.
Right. If you put a bus stop there, that would be something. At least it would be better. And then I always didn't understand why, if there is a need for people to get there, why they couldn't subsidize the employees that need it to run a van shuttle service or something from every 15 minutes, run it from a bus stop to those particular locations. I'm trying to find a way. I know you say that no one has asked you for it.
We haven't even had requests from the employees, on either one of those places, or at least I haven't heard anything. I think this, I sure see that this is going to be a need down the road, and there probably is a need now, but I think we are looking at top priorities of where we have to focus on. We can't do it all at this point.
And I think, so you brought up Trader Joe's, and I just want to point out on the screen, even the suggested route would not go anywhere really near Trader Joe's. I mean, it would go down Williamson, but then you're stuck in the same boat as, having a bus stop because there's basically a bus stop now at LPGA in Williamson at those apartments.
Well, and the other problem is the traffic is so bad during certain times of the day that your buses are going to have a hard time getting in and out, and I know that. And
that's why you have challenges with
Understand
tweaking a stop by a mile, because you have that connectivity with all your different service throughout the system. So at the downtown transfer plaza, if you're adding that mile, it's a mile from the route, but it's a mile out and another mile back in. So it actually calculates to over 2 miles when you go out and back to your normal service, and then you try to connect in with the rest of your routes.
How close do those two routes run to each other, though? Aren't they fairly close?
In distance?
Yep.
Well,
you've got the one route that runs from the police station and goes south. You've got the other route that comes, I'm assuming, out LPGA and goes north.
Well, the closest point between those two routes would be at the corner of LPGA and Valor. I'm sorry, Williamson and Valor, and LPGA and Williamson.
Okay.
I don't know off the top of my head, I don't know what the distance is from that point to that point, but that's the closest point on those two routes operate to each other.
It just seems like that they go fairly close.
So I'm in no way saying that Tanger Outlets is not important and that area is not important. It is very important. I'm just looking, the whole point to me of the workshop is to be looking at all of our options and strategically, getting a good
I'm just making my
prioritization
case.
list.
I appreciate it.
The Tanger, the money, if you could put up the slide for Tanger. So we're looking at, I can't see that far, but
347,925, and that again makes all those assumptions that it's going to operate night service and Sunday service as well.
So just for that, even though it is a small area, we're looking at 347,925, and I just think at this point there are other areas that are desperately in need, and knowing that we're going to be looking at it once a year and reevaluating everything.
That's not just 347. Then you add the paratransit also again, which is another 40,000.
Up to 40,000.
And the paratransit number is pretty, we feel is pretty solid, because Tanger actually does fall in the ADA corridor right now, so we are providing about 2 trips per day to Tanger on our Gold service.
Okay.
Could not it apply as a pilot?
It could apply as a pilot, the same that you talked about in New Smyrna Beach.
Mm-hmm.
How cheap could you apply it as a pilot? Would you have to?
Same cost.
This is another one where you have to buy a bus. So here's the bottom line.
Buy a bus for a pilot?
Yes, you have to buy a bus for each one, okay? Here's the thing, is that up until this year, and the previous council made clear that this is what meeting they would have this year, we have not had this option to even look at these new expansions. So right now, what you're doing is exactly what we need guidance on, and really what it comes down to is what alternatives do you want to look at, how much do you want to spend, and then I would suggest that in these pilot programs, no less than a year, maybe 2 years, you determine whether you think it was worth it or not. And then it's just a matter of how much money you want to devote to it. We just did not have that opportunity in the past. So this is the discussion, which I think is the right discussion to have waited till the new council members were here. And so we'll do, and so like you asked Steve, yes, you could do the same kind of pilot here as you do in New Smyrna Beach if you want. The only thing that's unusual about this is that we have not, usually for new developments, we get them wanting the service. In this case, we have not had an ask for the service even when we've requested them. in certified mail to give us a request. I was a little surprised that we did not get back an answer from them saying that we are interested in what level. So that's what's unusual, because usually you would have heard demand and then we would respond to the demand. That doesn't mean that we're not in agreement that there's probably demand today or there's going to be future demand. But the fact of the matter is the council can pick what they want. I'll tell you what it'll cost. And then here's the other thing. If we buy buses for this, the downside is paying the money for the buses. The upside is, if you want to call it that, is that anything I would buy for expansion, if by chance you do not justify the route and you want to completely remove it, what that would do is it would go into the rotation of buses, and future buses demand would be less. We would have purchased those buses, sort of pre-purchased them.
Steve, I'd like to ask something. This is totally off the wall, but we have service to within, let's say, a mile, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can there be, like, during the peak time, let's say employees going to work, employees coming back from work, and we're assuming that the employees are going to be the ones that are going to be using this, especially Trader Joe's. So let's say we have limited service for several of the routes. If it goes every hour, maybe just a peak time during the morning, peak time in the evening, that it would go that extended route, and the rest of the day it just continues with its same route, but not have full service to those areas the entire day?
You've opened up the ADA, you've opened it all up.
Well, I think that the challenge with doing
But that's
something
already ADA, that already has the paratransit because it falls within the three, right?
The challenge with doing something like that is that it's still going to throw off your timing during those hours, that even in the peak morning and the peak evening, it's still throwing off your timing to connect with the other routes.
Mm-hmm.
Now, it's not to say that there's not, if you direct me to look at an option like that, that we can certainly do some thinking about it. But the challenges with that is if you're just extending the route and adding additional mileage and time, then it throws off your connectivity to the other connections in the route system.
Let me offer this. I think we're all I think Ms. Cusack actually brought the point up first. And I think Steve said it. If we don't anticipate there would be much usage by the patrons that much, okay? It would probably be the workers.
Mm-hmm. That's what I'm saying.
We have not gotten a request off of them. Now, here's what Steve can do. If he has the latitude based on, if they would work with us and show us what demand they have when.
Who's they? The
this
city
would
or Tanger?
My understanding is, and get from Tanger, is that they want us, if we do anything, they want us to go to the individual businesses, okay, which is.
That hadn't come from Tanger, though.
No, but I heard that from their attorney that represents. But the point is that if the businesses.
We don't even know who we're talking with or about, or they, or coming. And Mr. Manager, you said, well, we're coming into agreement. Coming in agreement with who? We have no requests. We're bouncing a ball here.
Right.
That there's been no parameters or definitions.
Let's take the name off of Tanger. Let's say for any development.
May I make a point to that very quickly before you launch into that?
Let's go back to pushing our buttons, because the discussion is getting a little bit over each other before they're finished.
That's good. It's a workshop.
Yeah, okay.
I'm good with it.
I just wanted you to get your answer
I still
from
think
him.
that if you provide the pilot at that area, your ridership would determine whether or not it is needed. So I don't see where we have to go. All we have to do is provide the service. Now, that's not what we've done in many cases, but I think that if we provide the service and through a pilot and it's not needed, and I'm talking about workers, these are the folk that I'm concerned about. And a lot of times, just because the person doesn't ask you, that doesn't mean that they don't need you.
So Joyce, I would like to make the analogy then of, here is a business that has come in the last year that has employees, and all of a sudden we're saying that because there's a new business in the county that has employees, we must get bus service to that business. And
if we have put money into bringing them here.
Well,
But I
but I
think-
need to talk about Boston Whaler down in Edgewater.
Yeah.
We need to expand some routes. With that's a whole new
You
conversation.
say expand.
That's a whole, but that's another
There is
whole,
no.
we have no service down there. I mean, if we're gonna use that as a litmus test, we're gonna open up a door, that's gonna put a whole lot of,
Yeah, every
other
business that
opportunities.
opens up will want us to
Yes, I
shuttle
think
their
the
employees.
bottom line is, it's a business that has opened up. We have had no requests that I know of from any employees out there that have said, I desperately want to work out there. I can't, work out there because of this, or I work out there and need bus service. And I understand that not everybody would ask, but if you're looking at the whole scheme of things, just because we have a business that has opened up, I don't think that we should use that as a gauge
kinda
to
think
say
you're
we have
missing
to
the-
have bus
missing
service there.
the-
And I
the
understand we
point.
put money into it, Joyce, but I understand that, and I
You
see
don't
where
put
you're.
money into every business that open up.
But the point is, that happened. Right now, we just need to, I think, look forward. And, okay, so any future development, we're going to make note of that. And we're going to say.
That we
need
contribute to
Yes,
bringing them here.
yes. So any future development and any issues we have like that, we need to address, and we need to make note of that, and we need to make sure that that is addressed. But we didn't do that. We also didn't do that, I'm sure, there's got to be another business in the past we didn't do that for. So who says
I
that
don't
they
know
don't
of any other one that we put $2.6 million into.
Okay, well.
I know Mr. Patterson was trying, he was not here when we eliminated the push-to-talk antique phones, but here we are.
Usually the push to talk is you say something that somebody doesn't like, and then it gets a push on it. What the stop that's within a mile of the Tanger Outlet Mall? What is that stop?
The one that's been talked about the most is north of the area, near to LPGA in Williamson.
And is there a lot of people that get on and off at that particular stop?
No.
No. Okay. So moving that stop, shutting that stop down and moving it to the Tanger Outlet Mall, is that a...
That adds time and mileage, so that's our challenge when you start moving.
That's what I thought. The problem with doing a pilot program, and I know a lot of, from what I've heard within the community, that the screaming, holler, ranting, and raving is coming from a couple of people. I've got a few others excited, is if you do a pilot program and then it's not working, then suddenly you have a few people who are suddenly displaced because the pilot program didn't work, and you're telling them, well, sorry, Charlie, we're going to shut that route down. You get back to a sound business model that you have to follow, and that's where I am. And I need something more than some people in the community that are kicking up a dust over this. You know, I like to see some concrete evidence from people from the Tanger Outlet Mall, the workers out there that say, yeah, we will use this service, make it worthwhile to buy a bus and spend this kind of money. This doesn't make walking around sense to me. So I'm all for it. I'm probably one of the biggest supporters of public transportation. I know it's needed, but I just sometimes doubt that in some cases we got a dust-up created by a couple of members of the community who just like to be critical of the county.
And if you direct us to do so, I think that we have mechanisms that we could work towards a survey, but that'd be at your direction.
Billy?
Mr. Chair, I would still like to see maybe a study on possibly moving the one bus route that's not used very much.
It's a bus stop, so
A bus stop.
if you eliminate a stop, it doesn't necessarily, it's not going to save you any time or money. You're still going to drive
But it
past
has to
that
save you
location.
time.
But if
It
you,
doesn't. If it's still along an existing route, the bus is still driving the same number of miles
okay,
and the
but
same hours.
I'm going to take that bus stop and move it up to Tanger
The point, the point,
for twice a day.
but
I
it-
still
you-
would like
you're
to
adding-
see if there's.
You're adding 2 miles to the
Impacts all of the
system.
routes.
It impacts the whole route.
Not-
You're adding 2 miles to the system. There's
I
no wa-
understand that. I would just like to know what the cost is
That's-
or how to figure out.
I can do that. for you.
Yes,
The
and,
cost.
and just do it a couple, I don't see the need to do it all day long, but if we're going to try it as a pilot for the workers, that's.
let me
just the
suggest.
first-
let me
Billy, you're
suggest-
talking about putting it in a couple, 500 feet or
I
whatever.
think we've
further
gone
down.
back to push to talk. Sorry. That way, people can get their questions answered. Billy, you're finished. Ms. Post.
So I think what you're talking about, though, Billy, is just moving it down on Williamson, correct? So moving the bus stop, but the bus stop that's in front of the apartments, didn't the apartments pay for that?
Well, my understanding, I think, is your request to move it
Up.
to the mall itself.
Okay.
Okay, Mr. Patterson.
I think the problem with twice a day doing it is you're making the assumption that everybody's working 8 hours and going home, when you've got part-timers and who are working maybe just the evening hours, and then you've got people who are going to school, whatever. So I think which 2 times a day do you want to really do something? So it'd have to be, I think looking at it from the standpoint of what kind of work schedules they have out there would help determine if you really wanted to, how many times a day that you want to do it.
And one of the things that I suggested early on, very early on, was to do a survey with the businesses that are out there, a letter, to find out if their employees would be interested in bus service. And if you do it right, I mean, we could write a letter to every business out there. And I think it would be incumbent upon us to say, well, maybe no one's asked for bus service, and maybe that's true. But if we ask the businesses, would your employees want to use bus service? And that would give us a quick answer right there on that part of it.
Well, I also think it'd be important if you're going to do something like that, that you try to find out more information, such as shifts and different things like that.
Well, to understand all that, and what Mr. Patterson just pointed out was, it is correct that a lot of those are part-time. They may be 15, 18, 20 hours a week is what they're getting to work. I also know this, it's very, very difficult to get employees. And when you can't get employees because they don't have access or transportation, that makes it even more difficult. And there are probably people that are in that situation that we may or may not know about. But Mr. Deneen?
Yeah, I think the thing we have to keep in perspective, okay, step back. This is subsidized by the federal government. And you're talking about equal access. So here's what I suggest we do, okay? I think that in all fairness, we're all on the same point that probably if there's need, it's the workers. What I would suggest we do, I do think you can tailor programs differently and cheaper if it's maybe just the workers, if we know the hours. What I would suggest we do, because I don't know how you just pick out one business. This is your problem. Why don't I write a letter to every business? Because see, now you got
That's what I said.
Well, no, I mean every business in the county.
Every business in the county.
So the point is,
My
I think
point.
we'd be better
That's
off
exactly my point.
to advertise that we are interested if employers, okay, that are not on normal routes have issues, if they would contact us. And if you want, maybe because of all this hype that's been in the paper about Tanger, we could write them letters too and find out if there's a need, if there's an interest, and then see if Steve can craft something that makes sense and tell us what the implications are. But I think you have to do it across the county. You know, I really do. I think if you want to be fair, and that cost could be significantly different, and the routes could be different if it's just for workers. But today what we're looking at is also just the full public routes. And so I need direction on those also. So
Okay.
Whatever way you want to leave it, I need some direction.
So far, I mean, what I'm reading in the tea leaves is that Ms. Cusack and I are the only ones that would be interested in possibly a full-service route there on a pilot program, which we're not voting on it, but, I mean, you can come. Yeah. So with that, And I still don't understand the argument of why we can't survey Tanger because we're looking at that location. If not, in my spare time, I'll go out and talk to each business and find out. I mean, it's just a simple question. Do you have employees here, which is being considered, do you have employees who would want to ride a bus? And you talk to other businesses throughout where we do have service or don't have service, you might find the same thing. I'm not for spending a lot of money to run an ad in the newspaper, necessarily. Sorry, News Journal and any other media that's here. Maybe they'll pick that up as a story and publish it free or do a PSA on it. That would be fine.
Wait for it. Yeah.
I'm waiting for it. Dr. Lowry.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I'm just really concerned that we're opening up Pandora's box here by soliciting these businesses and asking if they need service. I mean, all the businesses in the county pay taxes, and who doesn't want a bus to come by their shop or store to drop off their workers or bring customers to their door? I don't know why it seems like to me we're trying to force this up on Tanger, in a sense. And so anyway, what I wanted to speak to is I wanted to express to my colleagues, you know, I know the Deltona, the Howland Boulevard, I'd like to see that at least on the front burner. I think the Howland Boulevard, I think the county realizes, I know I'm jumping back a few pages, but the county realizes that corridor down Howland and connecting with Lake Mary Boulevard is going to be a main drag, and that's why we're expanding Howland. I think that's Deltona. By the way it was built, the Mackle brothers were not interested in businesses coming in, and so as a result, the way it's laid out is totally unbusiness friendly. But I think Deltona is beginning to be defined now as their main street is going to be Howland Boulevard. And so I don't know if my colleagues will support me or not, but I'd like to see that. I'm not saying let's go buy a bus and go at it now, but I'm saying I'd like to at least see that on the front burner as a high priority, that we do whatever we need to look at that and look at the ability to provide service there. Okay. So I don't know if I can get a nod from everybody or support in regard to that.
Ms. Post.
I think the bottom line with Tanger is just addressing the need. So the fact that we have not found...
I think you've said that 3 times. You've said that you have had no one contact you on that. And that, if we're going to get through it today, we're going to get through it by not trying to re-talk what we've already said. You said you've had no requests. Up here, we said we've had no requests. So if there's no need for it, then let's move on and not just keep beating that horse.
Got it. So
that you've heard there's no need. 2 of us feel that there was a need, and I'm willing to take my battle somewhere else and move my battle on to one that I have a chance of winning, and this is not one of them. So.
May I finish? I was actually going to give support to one, but...
I'm sorry?
I was actually going to give support for one, but...
Which one?
I guess we can do that when we vote, I guess.
On the Tanger?
I would have done by now already, but...
We're not really going to vote today.
We're not voting. It's not a vote.
What?
It's just
I understand.
What you need to do today is to tell me which ones you would like for me to pursue, to present to you to vote on.
To look at, and then get more detailed information with more options on each one of those.
For example, if you said, I want to pursue the route in New Smyrna Beach, and I want to pursue the holiday service, right, then what we would do is we bring you proposals so you could vote on those.
I think those 2.
I need direction.
I think those 2 we have consensus to bring back to us.
Which would be New Smyrna Beach.
Yes. And the night
7-Eleven?
service.
Not night service, but
weekend service on Daytona.
Holiday service. It was holiday service.
Holiday service.
Holiday service, and also continue with 7-Eleven.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
That's the ones we.
Is that the Howland?
Howland Boulevard, I thought.
That one, I don't know where you're at on Highland Boulevard.
I'm just
That's
asking
where you
for
are.
support, if I can get support from my colleagues to get that as a look-see.
Okay, bring Howland back to us.
It's one of the ones that we need to be looking
All right,
at.
so I will bring back a proposal to keep 7-Eleven, which means that we'll just assume that in the budget. That's already in. So that one, I get a nod from you, we just move ahead.
Yes.
Okay?
Okay.
I'll bring a proposal for New Smyrna Beach, Highland Boulevard, and holiday service. I thought what I thought we were going to do was let me start again. Holland Boulevard and New Smyrna Beach. I'll bring you proposals for those. I'll consider how we would talk to the business community about holiday service in terms of their funding, in terms for an experiment. That's a different thing. So I'll bring those back, and you can then vote on those, and then we'll look at language about how we approach the holiday service.
Ms. Post, you said you were going to support another, was that the Howland one? You're good on that?
I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Is any other routes that you would like to have come back with a more detailed proposal to vote on?
That's good.
It's a done deal.
Okay.
Okay, I guess there's no need for me to walk door to door at the 70 businesses that tank. I don't guess we get me.
Well, you got to campaign again in a few years.
Ms. Cusack, you and I can go walk together.
You and I represent the entire county, so
Yes,
we're
ma'am.
interested countywide.
Right.
I'll just leave it at that.
Mr. Chair?
I'm just saying.
This is what we call you live to fight another day. It
That's
comes
right.
Back
And
That's
so
what I said.
February, you look at
I'll
it again.
I'll take my battle
we're not
somewhere
the
else.
only, they all represent a district, you represent the county.
And that's the
So do
difference. You and I do, and that's why
So we'll live to fight another day.
we will.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I think what would be also important in the community is if I have a consensus here that at least once a year in February, you will relook at Votrans. So here's the beauty of this.
That's a given. Mr.
Well, I think we should announce that. We've never done that before. I think if we announce it, then when I can tell
said it
people,
once.
if we announce that, when I can tell people, then if they have requests, we'll assemble those for review in February. That way
I think we agreed to have that back as an adopted
policy.
Okay.
I'll make that as part of what you vote on next time.
That can just be an operational procedure, SOP. All right. Are we done? Oh, he's gone, so I guess Steve's gone, so I guess, no, he's gone. No, you're done. He's done.
He just faded away.
He thought the individuals were bad.
Well, you guys are sitting down. I just wanted to sit down for a minute.
So you're done, you're good?
Mr. Chair,
This is one of the last slides in the presentation.
I did just want to say thank you so much for this.
Good job.
Going over this with all of us, as complicated as this is, we all know that we need to investigate this and we need to look at changes. You made it as clear as possible for us.
There's a lot of
Another 3 or 4
information.
times and I got it made. Thank you so much.
Welcome. You're all very welcome.
And my final comment, I want to thank whoever started the discussion on a stop for Tanger Mall for doing so, because if that hadn't happened, we would not be here today in this workshop. And I have to take a moment of personal privilege. Former County Council member Joey Alexander is in the audience, and I want to thank her. And Bud Flush should speak, but Councilwoman Alexander bequeathed to me boxes of notebook. And so when this came up, I said, I'll bet you she's good enough. She archived something on Votran. Thanks to her, I spent a week in my office. Can't read her shorthand.
I was going to say, is it in shorthand?
Yeah,
She took everything in shorthand.
The shorthand notes I couldn't read. But I read, and that's where I read, everything that happened in 2010 and why, and understandably so. They made tough decisions back during that downturn. But as I started reading that, the picture started for me understanding what was happening here. So all that to say, thank you, Councilwoman, for what you did when you served. But thank you, whoever brought that issue up, because if that hadn't been brought up, we as a council would not have been having this discussion today. So it's a blessing in disguise. And,
As you read in
it's
the
good.
paper, I was angry or something with the council, although that was kind of a misquote about the Tanger. All I did was bring it forward, not anger at the council, not anger at anybody, just wondering why we couldn't find a solution. So
I forgot about that till you just said
We
that.
had that discussion, Mr. Chair.
Hey, we don't get mad, we get even.
I didn't. I just found out. So
Had
now
that
we know.
discussion before you came aboard.
Yeah.
No,
So-
actually, just that's what Councilwoman Cusack said. We made a conscious decision, council, to delay discussion until the new council was seated. The council at the time made a conscious decision because we felt this was serious enough that we wanted you to chance to get up to date and up to speed, and we could sit because our decisions will impact the years to come. So this was a good call for council and a good discussion.
I'm happy that we're here and we can move on from item 6 and go to item 7 or 11. I'm just kidding. I've heard enough 7-Elevens today. You're making me hungry for a hot dog or something. Anyway, this is our opportunity to nominate and or appoint.
Mr. Kelly, Marcy Zimmerman here.
Oh, yes.
First,
Thought I heard a voice from the upper
yes,
chambers.
Sir.
Yes, ma'am.
If you'll give me a moment, I'd like to remind council that we do perform good standing checks on everybody that applies.
Do what?
We perform the.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you.
We perform the good standing checks on everybody that applies to a board.
Okay.
Because property taxes are not delinquent until after March 31st.
This we're just doing item 7.
Yes, sir. Everything that applies from item 7 to item 15 has to do with good standing checks. So everything has to be subject to all taxes being paid after this by March 31st. I just wanted you all to understand that, because there are some that are still paying taxes.
Well, since 2 of them are council members we're going to appoint now, have you done those checks? Just kidding.
Mr. Chair, can we have a 10-minute recess, please?
Sure.
Move for a 10-minute recess.
10-minute recess granted. We'll reconvene at 11:40. are 3 minutes past our 10-minute recess. Mr. Patterson. We'll wait a couple more minutes to allow. No, everybody's here. Ms. Denny's, she's here. Everyone's back here. We'll go ahead and reconvene from our recess, and we'll move to item 7. And the first part of this, I think, would be for us to appoint 2 volunteers to serve. And unless anyone else knows a better way to do this, do we have volunteers or do we have suggestions?
For council members to serve on the Value Adjustment Board.
Right, to serve on the Value Adjustment Board.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I don't mind doing it. I enjoy it because it's not a lot of meetings, but
I'll nominate
council's
Mr. Patterson.
okay with it.
Mr. Patterson's been nominated. Is there another one? We need 2. I would suggest, I was going to suggest that we have only for kind of semi-fairness, 1 new person and 1 old person.
Huh. I wouldn't use the word old.
Define old.
Those who served previously on the council for at least 2 years.
Experience.
Experience.
Oh, gosh.
I'm past old, so I'm not going to serve.
We could always put Heather Post on there. She likes going everywhere.
He just wants me on the same board, that's all.
I know.
Maybe we better.
Because
I just want to see her
mix it up.
tortured.
Would that be okay if Ms. Post serves on that, Ms. Cusack, or would you still want to do that? You serve on it now, don't you?
No, I do not.
Would you want to serve on it?
Yes.
She wants to serve on it.
So
Mr.
I
Patterson
think
wants to serve on it. We have 2 nominations.
Well, one's a nomination, one's a volunteer.
One's a nomination, one's a volunteer. And I guess we have to vote on this.
Wait a minute. Let me think about this.
We have Mr. Cusack, Ms. Cusack, and Mr. Patterson, and all in favor of those serving on the Value Adjustment Board, say aye. Aye. Motion carries unanimous. Now that we have a citizen application, Ray Pennebaker.
Mr. Chair, I move the appointment of Ray Pennebaker to the Value Adjustment Board. He's a good member.
Are there any other nominations for that? I see none other than that, so all in favor of Ray Pennebaker, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, like sign. It carries. We move from item 7 to item 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, whatever they are. So this is totally new to me, the way this is being done. I'm sure it's totally new to Ms. Wheeler and Ms. Post as well.
Excuse me, could we get that grid put up like we talked about before we go any further on each of these boards?
Sure. Just give us a moment and we'll bring them up on the screen for you.
And it's my understanding that we will have time to bring back, because I know I have asked people to serve that have not submitted their applications, that we will have time at the next meeting to do that. So as soon as it looks like it's moving up there. Ms. Post?
I just wanted to, when we're doing this, can we just ask if any of these people are actually here? No one is here? Okay.
It's not, I don't think it would be an interview, proper to interview if they've got an application.
Okay, this is Marcy Zimmerman, Deputy Clerk. We're displaying the Library Advisory Board now. These are district nominations, and they must live in the council member's district. Library.
And these that are here,
We already did
Marcy, all these that we have on our sheet do have the application. I know you said they were stapled to the back somewhere. Is that correct?
The applications are attached to the agenda item.
Okay. And Pat, you've nominated Gene Fletcher, I believe. Is that?
No, these are people who have filed applications and request to be nominated. No one has done that yet.
No one has, okay.
They're just broken down in the list by district of who has applied. And now you all are each going to make either a nomination for appointment or continue.
Okay.
But we go by chair, then at large, District 1, 2, and 3, correct?
There's an order.
We go in order, right?
District appointments, it's not up to me as to which order you would like to go in.
Okay, but the council, normally what we do is to chair the at-large and then go through the district.
Okay. Okay. I have no appointments at this time on this board. I have two that are waiting.
Mr. Chair,
Joyce, I guess, is next.
oh, I'm sorry.
We're doing district numbers.
Okay.
Ms. Cusack.
When it comes to mine,
All right.
which is
Ms.
not my
Cusack.
turn.
Mr. Kelly, then you're making a motion to continue your appointments, your nominations, am I correct?
If I don't have it, I guess that's what I'll have to do,
Or
right?
someone has to make a motion for you to,
Really, on each one?
we don't
Yeah.
need a motion to
I
continue?
don't think you have to have a motion to continue this.
We've always had a motion.
Oh, you have?
You certainly,
What's legal's advice?
Legal says if you don't act on it, you can do it the next time. Maybe.
local custom has been a motion to continue, but essentially, if these are nominations that belong to the particular member, if you're not ready to make it, then they would carry over to the next meeting, I would think.
Yeah, I'm not ready to make my nomination, so I'm just going to carry that over to the next meeting. Continue it to the next meeting when they vote on it. And then, Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would nominate Robert Clinton for the Library Advisory Board.
Okay, and then I guess you get two, I believe, right?
No.
Oh, you just get
it's
one
just
on this one?
one.
Okay. Now, did we vote on this one?
Yes.
Robert Clinton's name has been entered to serve on the library board by Ms. Cusack. Do you have a second as well on this?
Second.
You don't need seconds on a
You don't need
I
a
didn't think
second
you
on a
did.
nomination.
Okay. All in favor of Robert Clinton to serve on the library advisory board, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Now then, we'll go to
District 1.
District 1.
Mr. Chair, I move to appoint Jean E. Fletcher to the Library Advisory Board.
All in favor of Jean Fletcher serving on the board, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Item 2, District 2, sorry.
Now I'm going to have my question. Up there, it has Neil Harrington. I have not talked with him, but on my sheet here for the agenda item, it has none there.
Correct.
So he did not turn in his application. I did not hear anything. So I'm going to pass on mine for right now.
Continue. Yes, ma'am.
District 3.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I nominate Donald Needham for the Volusia County Library Advisory Board.
All in favor of Donald Needham for the library advisory board, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. It carries. District 4, that would be disposed.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Carol Johnson for District 4 for the Library Advisory Board.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. District 5.
I nominate Susan Lombardi.
All in favor of Susan Lombardi, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. That concludes item 8. We'll move to item 9, which is the...
And Ms. Wheeler, to clarify for you, because these people are still serving, that's why you see all their names up there, whether they have applied or not. This is the current board that you're seeing.
Thank you.
Okay, the
The Animal Control Board, they do not have to reside in your district, and under the applicants, we indicate the positions whenever possible. We try to nominate them in a position.
I was going to nominate Karen Clark. And I have two, yes.
Correct.
The other one, I thought,
Vote this one first.
pardon?
Vote.
Oh, you have to do one at a time?
You have to pass the gavel and you do one at a time.
Okay, all those in favor of Karen Clark for being nominated for the, which board are we, Animal Control Board?
That wasn't his, did you say Karen Clark?
He did?
Karen Clark.
Is that who you just nominated? That's who you nominated?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, I just didn't hear your nomination.
I'm sorry.
And I do want to point out, you have 3 new applications that came in yesterday, late, in addition to the ones attached to your agenda item.
Okay.
There's a motion to nominate Karen Clark for the Animal Control Board. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Mr. Chair, do you want another appointment?
I'll nominate Kathy Driggers.
Kathy Driggers has been nominated to the Animal Control Board. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Now we'll go to Ms. Cusack.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll nominate Nicholas Mangella.
Nicholas Mangel has been nominated by Ms. Cusack. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
And I have a continuance for the second one.
And Ms. Cusack has asked to continue to the next meeting for her second appointment. We'll move to item number 1, Mr. Patterson. Sorry, district number 1.
Being a cat owner, I'm going to nominate Robert Hamilton Baird.
Robert Hamilton Baird has been nominated as the Animal Control Board. All in favor say aye.
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 Those like sign say no. That has Robert Hamilton Baird is confirmed. Ms. Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Diane Ferguson.
Diane Ferguson has been nominated to serve on the Animal Control Board. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Ms. Denise.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Alexander Penalta for the Animal Control Board.
Alexander Penalta has been nominated for the Animal Control Board. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Ms. Post.
Mr. Chair, I nominate, or I ask to leave on, I guess, Patricia Mihalik on the Animal Control Board.
Patricia Mihalik has been nominated for the Animal Control Board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion carries. Lowry.
I'll have to ask for a continuance because Ms. Cusack nominated my guy. So I had talked to the other one, so I'll have to.
Councilmember Lowry has asked a continuance for his nomination to the Animal Control Board. That concludes item number 9. We'll move to item number 10.
Okay, item number 10 is Cultural Council. It's by district. You must reside in the district. The chair has an east side and a west side nomination, so you have 2. The at-large has the same, both east side and west side. There's 9 nominations for appointments on this board.
Yes, I nominate Edith Shelley. Oh, I can do that, and then I guess you have to do this part.
Yes, there's a nomination for Edith Shelley to the Cultural Council. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously.
I will ask for continuance on my other one till the next meeting. We'll go to District 1. I mean, no, sorry, Ms.
At
Cusack.
large.
Mr. Chair, I would nominate George Pappas.
George S. Pappas has been nominated for the Cultural
Council.
Council. Sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Ms. Cusack.
The west side. I would nominate Mr. Tom Roberts.
Mr. Tom Roberts has been nominated for the Cultural, why am I not seeing this?
Cultural Council.
Right under item 10. Should say it.
Subject.
There it is, right there. It's in smaller print, and I don't have my glasses on.
Yeah, it runs me
All
down.
in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, like sign. Thank you.
District 1, Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I want to nominate John Wilton to the Cultural Council.
John Wilton has been nominated for the Cultural Council. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Thank you.
Ms. Wheeler, District 2.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Lloyd Bowers for Cultural Council.
Lloyd Bowers has been nominated for Cultural Council. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. District 3.
Ms. Denny's.
Mr. Chair, I nominate James Ward for the Cultural Council.
James Ward has been nominated for the Cultural Council. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign.
Ms. Post, District 4.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Lucy Jackman for the Cultural Council, District 4.
Lucille Jackman has been nominated for Cultural Council. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Mr. Lowry, District 5.
I nominate Mike Fincher to the Cultural Council.
Mike Fincher is nominated for the Cultural Council. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. That concludes our work on item 10. We'll move to item 11.
Item 11 is for the Echo Advisory Board. It's the same requirements. The chair and the at-large both have two, east side and west side.
Point of clarification, though, how many boards can nominees
serve on?
Serve on?
2.
Okay.
Is there anyone that's been
Carol Johnson.
eliminated by that process in regard to this? What we've done so far?
Not that I'm aware of so far.
Thank you.
I don't see the name of a person who's currently on there who had asked to serve. Maybe he didn't have his.
Talking about Damian Richards?
I may not have his application.
These
are the applications I have received.
Okay.
On the back, second page.
You're certainly welcome to
Damian
continue.
Richards, his name does not have his application. He said that he did.
He's
Huh?
on there.
You're
Damian's
District
on there.
4.
He's in there.
District 4. You're on the wrong page.
Okay, sorry. I nominate Damian Richards.
Thank you.
There's a nomination for Damian Richards to be appointed to the Echo Advisory Committee. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Mr. Chair?
And I'm going to ask for continuance on my second nomination.
Your west side, yes.
West side. And we'll move to item 1. I'm sorry.
At large.
Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair, I would nominate Regina Santelli.
Okay. Regina Santelli has been
Regina Bateman Santilli.
Oh, Regina Bateman Santelli has been nominated. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Ms. Cusack.
I also would like to nominate Catherine Storch.
Catherine Storch has been nominated for the Echo Advisory Committee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries.
Mr. Patterson, District 1.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate to the Echo Advisory Board Michael L. Donnelly, Jr.
Michael L. Donnelly, Jr. has been nominated for the District 1 for the Advisory Committee on Echo. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign.
Ms. Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass.
Going to continue it till the next meeting.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Denny's, District 3.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Gerard Pendergast for the Echo Advisory Committee.
Gerard Pendergast has been nominated for Echo Advisory Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Ms. Post.
Ms. Post.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Carol J. Johnson for the District 4 Echo Advisory Committee position, and it looks like that'll be her second board. Yeah.
Carol Johnson has been nominated for the Echo Advisory Committee. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries.
Mr. Lowry.
I nominate Patricia Northey. Oh, I'm sorry. I nominate Patricia Northey.
Patricia Northey has been nominated for District 5 for the Echo Advisory Committee. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. And that concludes item 11. We'll go to 12.
Item 12 is for the Historic Preservation Board. They do not need to reside in the council member's district. The chair and at-large both have east side and west side nominations.
And I'm going to have to continue mine on this as well.
Both east side and west side?
Both. And we'll go to Ms. Cusack.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Nancy Epps.
Nancy Epps has been nominated For the Historic Preservation Board, all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign.
Now I ask for continuance on the second nomination.
And the second nomination by Ms. Cusack has been continued. We'll move to item number 1, Mr. Patterson. Sorry.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Brian L. Polk to the Historic Preservation Board.
Brian L. Polk has been nominated for the Historic Preservation Board. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. Ms. Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Robert Redd
Robert Redd has
to the
been
Historic Preservation Board.
Robert Redd has been nominated for the Historic Preservation Board. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Ms. Dennis.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to pass on this one.
Ms. Dennis is asked to continue hers till the next meeting. Ms. Post.
Mr. Chair, I'm going to ask for a continuance as well.
Ms. Post is continuing as well, and that brings you down to Mr. Lowry.
I nominate Kimberly Reading.
Kimberly Reading has been nominated to serve on the Historic Preservation Board. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. We'll move to item 12. That was 12. 13.
Item 13, the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. You must go in the rotation order as designated. 3 members must be selected from doing business in the lodging industry. They all must be doing business in the taxing district.
Okay, so
District 4 starts in the rotation order.
Oh. You get to go first.
I guess there's a reason for this.
Well, the question is, does the rotation, does that start over at this process, or does it just start all over?
No, ma'am, it continues.
Rotation continues, Mr. Eckert?
Yes, ma'am. As I read your ordinance, it continues from.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Post.
So I'm going to ask for a continuance on this as well.
Ms. Post is continuing her nomination. Then we go to District 5.
I nominate Elizabeth Baker to Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority Board.
Elizabeth Baker has been nominated to Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the like sign.
So that's 1 in lodging.
I'm sorry?
That's 1 in lodging so far. You have to have 3 in the lodging category.
Non-lodging. That's why I think the rotation is so we don't say different ones can nominate in those different categories and not get in a rut. I don't know if that makes sense or not, what I'm trying to say.
Okay. I nominate Elizabeth Baker.
No, that was
Fred did that.
I'm sorry. You did Baker?
Yes, I did. I'm sorry. It was mine.
Mr. Chair, may I retract my continuance and just go ahead and nominate? I found my notes on it.
Okay. I think that's acceptable.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, Mr. Chair, I'd like to nominate Tom Clapsaddle, Jr.
Tom Clapsaddle Jr. has been nominated for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign.
Okay.
Well, since you've done that and yours is done, I'll then nominate Jamie Dudley. How about that? Can I do that one?
Jamie Dudley has been nominated for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. All those in favor say aye.
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 Motion against, motion passes unanimously.
That's all the lodging ones, right?
Now we go.
That's meets the requirement for the minimum in lodging.
Cusack. Ms. Cusack.
No less than 3.
I'll ask for a continuance.
Ms. Cusack is continuing. We'll go to Mr. Patterson.
Since Ms. Post over here took my appointee
I know how you feel.
that I appointed previously, I will have to continue to talk and meet with some of the others.
Mr. Patterson is continuing. We'll go to.
And I have somebody on the parking lot letting the air out of the tires.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Eric Lumbert to the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority.
Eric Lumbert has been nominated for the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries.
Ms. Denny's?
And just for clarity, in non-lodging, how many are we allowed to appoint to this
The requirement is a minimum of 3 in lodging.
Minimum of 3 in lodging, so we've hit the requirements for all categories. Okay, then, well, the other 2 are good, so I'm going to nominate Chad Truxell.
Chad Truxell has been nominated to serve on the Southeast Volusia Advertising Authority. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Motion carries. And I assume that gets us through that one.
That concludes that
This
one.
is, I'm sorry, this is just most confusing.
It's very tedious, yes.
I'm not a tedious type person. I like to be a mover and a shaker, I guess.
Sorry. But now we'll move to item 14, which is the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority. This also goes by rotation order and starts with District 5. You
Mr.
have
Lowry.
the same requirement, 3 in lodging
Not
minimum.
in the district.
Being a team player, I know one in each category, and I don't want to mess up the count in regard to that. Is it appropriate for me, maybe it's not, to ask how many planning on nominating in the lodging area? You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm getting at? I don't want to, being I'm first, I can go either direction. Okay, so it really isn't going to matter one way or another then, is it? Okay. I'd like to nominate Cynthia Sullivan.
Cynthia Sullivan has been nominated for the West Volusia Tourism. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign.
Okay, Mr. Chair?
I get to do one?
Yes, sir.
Oh, that's good. And I spoke with, I'm going with David Wilson.
Okay, there's a motion to appoint David Wilson to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority. All those in agreement say aye.
Aye.
Against, motion passes unanimously.
Okay, then we'll go with Ms. Cusack.
Sori Patel. I would like to nominate her.
Sarway Sarah Patel has been nominated for the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Agency. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries unanimously. We'll go now to Mr. Patterson.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate to the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority Tristan Bryn Rawlins.
Hey.
He's not being a team player, but he has nominated Tristan Bryn Rollins, and all in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries.
They have my boat in hostage over there at the Highland Park. So just for
Nobody's going to
self-preservation.
have any air in their tires when we get done.
I hope that's not a conflict of interest, Mr. Eckert.
Ms. Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Peter Harris Arney
Good.
for West Volusia Tourism Advertising.
Other one, good.
Peter Harris Arney has been nominated for the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. And then we'll go now to 3. That would be Ms. Denny's, who lost her nomination.
Yeah. So much for team playing, but thank you. Thank you, Councilman Lowry. Gosh, you know, they all serve well. They all serve well. So this is like 6 to 1, half dozen of another. I'm going to nominate Susan Elliott.
Susan G. Elliott has been nominated for the West Volusia Tourism Advertising Authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. And then we'll go to District 4.
Post. Actually, Mr. Chair, so on this one now, I am gonna ask for a continuance because I don't know the last 2, and they were.
I think there's only one left.
There's only one.
Mr. Little.
Mr. Little is the only
Oh, was
one
David?
left. Yep.
David
Doug.
was already.
Doug
David
Little.
Wilson.
Doug Little.
David Wilson was already.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well then, Mr. Chair, I nominate Doug Little then.
Doug Little has been nominated to serve on the West Volusia Tourism Authority. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. That takes us to item 15.
And this is the Planning and Development Regulation Commission, the PLDRC. It's a little more complicated. 5 of the 7 members must live in the unincorporated area. As you can see, we only have 4 at the moment. So 1 more applicant will be needed from the unincorporated area. Therefore, if council so desires to appoint an applicant living in the city limits, only 2 of the 3 applicants living in the city may be appointed. The chair and the at-large members must nominate an elector from the unincorporated area.
Okey-doke. I'm going to pass and continue mine on this one. And
Mr. Eckert needs to speak.
Pardon?
Did I leave something
Mr. Chair,
off?
if I may suggest that here, some of your members have a very difficult time appointing from, they don't have much unincorporated area, and you might suggest that you allow, for example, Ms. Wheeler to go first so she can appoint someone from the unincorporated area if she has someone in mind.
That's why I passed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's okay. Because I was going to let.
I think we discussed that,
Yes,
and
sir.
I didn't recognize that that was a reason for your doing so.
Okay.
The at-large have to pass too.
Yes. And Ms. Cusack?
Mr. Chair, I would nominate Jeffrey Bender.
Jeffrey Bender has been nominated for the, I've really got to practice on this one.
PLDRC, the Planning
Yes,
and Land Development.
PLDRC, PLDRC. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Next one would be, then we go to District 2.
Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Frank.
Skip District
Did I
1.
skip one? I was trying to cut you out of there, Pat. Sorry about that.
Oh, it doesn't hurt.
That's all right.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to point to the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission, Ronnie Mills.
I'm sorry. Ronnie Mills has been nominated to serve on the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. Now I'll go to you, Ms. Wheeler.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I would like to nominate Frank Severino for District 2 Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission.
Frank Severino has been nominated to serve on the Planning and Land Development LDRC. I'll just call it that. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, like sign. Now then we'll go to
Ms. Denny's, District 3.
Ms. Denny's.
I nominate Jeff Gov for the PLDRC.
Okay, yes. Jeff Gove has been nominated to serve for District 3 for the Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign.
All right, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'd like to remind everybody that we still need 3 more from unincorporated area.
So that brings us to Ms. Post.
Mr. Chair, I nominate Jay Young from District 4 for the PLDRC, and that's for the unincorporated.
Jay Young has been nominated for District 4.
Getting stressful up here, huh?
It is. All in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed, aye. Sorry.
Okay.
So we'll move now to Mr. Lowry.
I nominate Wanda Van Dam for PLDRC.
Wanda Van Dam has been nominated for the Land Development Regulation Commission. All in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. And that concludes this. Is that right, Marcy?
Yes, sir.
We'll go to, oh, so we're finished with that section of it. So we're,
Sir, so those that you continued, I hope to get completed to bring back to you at the next meeting.
okay.
Then you have some more boards that will be coming forward.
on the, we have more next time, but they don't take effect April 1st, I'm hoping.
All of them. All of these have terms expiring March 31st.
So I guess I was wrong on that assumption as well. You know, this takes a lot of work to go through all these boards.
Hello.
It takes almost as long to get them approved once you go through this.
You do know the new chair is required to sit at the first meeting of every reappointment.
No, I did not know that.
You do now.
Are you making that in the form of a motion?
You're going to second it?
Oh, no. Yeah, there you go.
And I have no additional public participation cards. Everyone has completed on that. And now we'll go to the comments by the council. And this afternoon, much to my chagrin, we'll start with Ms. Post. Well, I had 11:30 in the bank, but it didn't make it.
I just wanted to say very quickly that over the last, since the last meeting, staff has been generous enough to schedule various tours around the county with many of the different county departments, and I wanted to say that I have been truly impressed with the county staff that I have come across, and extremely informative, and as you probably know, I ask a lot of questions, so I have appreciated. I just wanted them to know I have appreciated you getting back to me on a number of issues and responding. And I see Arlene out there, and she was one of them. So thank you. Thank you. That's all.
I'm going to take a little leeway here, and they can punish me next time with the yellow sheet. I'm going to go to Mr. Patterson for closing.
Does that mean I can leave after? I have about 10 or 15 things.
Let's just do one at a time.
Last week, was it, I don't know, it's all blending together. It was in Tallahassee and met with one of the committees regarding two issues we have, the funding request, Williamson Boulevard expansion, and the Daytona Beach International Commercial Service Airport, the infrastructure. So we've got two requests in the hopper. We were there along with about 1 million other people with money requests. So we'll keep working this. We're going to need to stay on top of that. But it was in the Senate and what's considered the open mic, where everybody shows up to have to present them. Also, there's a bill that is kind of concerning to about 20 counties in the state, one of which it basically has legislation out there that, and it's Miami-Dade County, and they want to change the status of their elected department heads. And so I met with the Senate sponsor of the bill. He affirmed that his decision, he didn't realize, he did a strike all amendment that took 18 of the 20 counties out of his bill. We're still left in there along with Miami-Dade, and he realized that all he really wants and cares about is Miami-Dade County. So we are getting together an amendment to be filed to remove us from that. And we're also monitoring some House bills that do the same thing. That I don't know why they've got so many, but we need to prevail that. It's kind of, Miami-Dade is kind of unique because this joint resolution that they're passing, although it only affects Miami-Dade County, it has to be voted on by everybody in all 67 counties in the state of Florida. When they did their first charter, they were the first to do the Home Rule Charter in 1957. It was kind of, and Dan could probably explain it better than I can, but it came under the 1885 Constitution, not the 1968 Constitution. So, but that's something we're monitoring, and I've told staff that I'm on ready to go to Tallahassee. I still have my house up there, and I'm a cheap date, so you guys can send me wherever you want to up there. So, but this is something that's important to us, and so we need to watch that and some other legislation that's going on. We've got the Florida Association of Counties that also has some issues, but we're letting them do their own little deal. And that's that. The Central Florida Rail Commission, I went to the meeting. Our amendment that we would like to get passed, the three of them, they do have them. They're reviewing them, and at the next commission meeting, that will probably more than likely take those up. Again, there was a story in the Orlando Sentinel, which pointed out the fact that it is costing the Sunrail Commission, or not the commission, but the Florida Department of Transportation, that when you go and tap on and tap off, that tap on, tap off costs more money than the actual fares. So the fares are going not towards the operation. Usually the fare box receipts normally should be about 20%, and they're at 0% right now. So they got to get a handle on that. They are we're looking at hiring consultants to look at going forward in the future, where the commission will be taking over, but we aren't taking it over until 2021. But we're starting now on that, so we're working there. And I took the Sunrail down there, and everybody else from the county that went took the car, and they only got there Dan, an hour late.
Close. Because of an accident.
You beat them going on the train?
Going down and coming back.
Oh.
Yeah. So, but I almost missed the train by 1 minute. I had to literally run to it because I had a hospital board meeting to go to. So everything.
I-4 was closed due to stop sticks having been put out.
Yeah, that's the problem you have now with I-4 getting down there. But so Sunrail is still moving along. We're just going to stay on top of it.
Thanks. On the first item that you brought forward, I thought we had something prepared for us to look at. Mr. Eckert.
Well, I can distribute, but I think the point, and what I've drafted preserves the county's special act charter. But I think the broader point to be made here is because this language is going to vary depending upon the proposals as they move through the committee, is to preserve home rule, your local option that has been approved by the voters. I'd be happy to distribute what I've done, which again works off the fact that yours is a special act charter.
But it just seems like to me, since we are not originally intended to be adversely impacted by that proposal that came from Miami-Dade, that whatever we need to do to protect us as a home rule county, we need to do. And if we need to take any action to ensure that, and if
that's the broader point, and I'm trying to react to preserve that goal. If that's the council's goal, I don't want to be inconsistent with what.
Have you passed? Is everyone on council aware of
I've discussed it. I haven't furnished that language to everyone, but I'd be happy to do so.
We'll pass it out for him.
Okay. If you can pass out what he's prepared. I had a special meeting with Dan and the county manager yesterday, and reviewed it. If you would take a look at it and see, because if the voters of Volusia County want to make a change, it should be left up to the voters of Volusia County and not up to the other 66 counties to tell us what to do. And then if there are any issues, we shouldn't be having that in the hands of the state cabinet.
Correct.
Well, Mr. Chair, the bottom line is all the Senate Antilles is doing is he wants to just have it only affect Miami-Dade County. That's why we're just having an amendment done to just get us out of that. So that's what's going on.
Mr. Chair, if I can add too, that this started to raise its head last year. The previous council took this position, and that legislation died. So it came back, and that's morphed a little bit. But as Dan said, we'll just have to morph our answer to make sure that the citizens' right to vote in this county is preserved.
I would say this, that, well, there are a couple proposals there, and Actually, Senator Artiles does pick up all, I think unintentionally, all the 17 other charter counties. Well, there are 2 counties that have amendments under the 1885 Constitution. There's Volusia, which has a special act, and there's 17 other general act charters. Senator Artiles' proposal currently would pick up all the general act charters. My proposal is since the legislature passed ours, that we should be accepted. That's one proposal that I've given to you. The other is essentially that, you know, either one is going to be objectionable to Miami-Dade, given their position, but is some alternative language that would affect only the provision of the Constitution having to do with Miami-Dade.
Okay, it's only like a one-sentence
Yes,
change.
yes, sir.
additional
So, but right now the focus seems to be the sheriff. I want to make this in a broader context. There was a House companion introduced yesterday having to do with the supervisor of elections. So this is a little bit fluid. I think what we're asking for is that we receive direction, at least that we know that we're not inconsistent with direction previously given by the council to preserve our local home rule charter and subject to approval by, as it may be changed by our voters.
Okay. I think the most important part is, I've said it once and everybody I think understands it, is that if we want to make a change that they're making, that we should be the ones and our voters here should be the ones to make that decision.
That's it.
And the language that you've prepared, whichever one you feel like or the council feels like, is the best one of those 3. I thought they all addressed.
And I'm not asking for a specific vote on the language. I'm asking for your direction to be able to react to within the committee language as it varies from time to time.
Right. All we need is for you to say, go forward and do what you protect the charter. I think you ought to do a motion, in my opinion, that we know you're all saying go ahead and do whatever it takes to preserve our charter.
All in favor of preserving home rule by the language change that needs to be made in the proposed bill. I forget the Senate bill and how.
Well, there's more.
I'm sorry.
And I'll second that motion.
Okay.
Now you can
Who
do
made
it.
the
Denny House
motion,
bills, too.
please?
Mr. Chair, if you could vote on the broader concept, because there are Senator Artiles introduced 5 different resolutions. The one with the sheriff is going forward. The supervisor of elections now has a House counterpart, and so I think your direction would apply to all.
I thought
that was what.
I thought it was what you made. I said something different.
Well, I thought at the last, Mr. Chair, you were referring to a specific.
That was my bad. Ms. Cusack had made the motion to preserve
the integrity of our charter.
Right.
That's all we need.
As previously adopted by the council.
I still
Seconded
second.
by Ms. Wheeler.
I still second it.
All in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, like sign. The motion carries. Dr. Lowry has a need to leave, and that's why I wanted to get his vote in on this as well, so it was unanimous.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And thank you, Ms. Wheeler, for allowing Mr. Patterson to go first ahead of you. Now it's your turn. This thing of pointing these boards has just worn me out this morning, up and down, in and out. It was just difficult.
Okay.
Ms.
Are we
Wheeler.
ready for me? Okay. I would just like to bring up and find out the direction on how we handle the 2017 Steak and Steak Gala. This is for the Boys and Girls Club. In prior years, we have sponsored a table as a county. I'm on the board of this. This is such a worthy organization, and you know, I just think there's some things that we need to step up to the plate and show our support of them. And I just like to know if we're going to sponsor. I just want to put this on the recording that I would like to see us again sponsor. I am making a motion.
Well, we have agreed not to vote on anything unless it's on the agenda prior to that. Is it coming up soon?
Well, no, we've not agreed to that. This council's not said that. Not under council member comment times. I think each council member enjoys the right and the freedom to bring up and discuss anything that they choose.
I thought we said that I thought this was after voting on expending money for this. I thought we said that those items would have to be on the agenda.
May the 25th. We have.
He can bring it back, or he can approve it.
This isn't until May the 25th,
Right.
so we can wait until the next.
Put it on the consent.
Billy, what I think would be the appropriate thing is you're just letting them know that it'll be something forthcoming.
Right.
So
Okay.
you're giving them forewarning. I think that's appropriate. It's not till May.
Okay. Thank you.
Is that it?
For me?
Ms. Cusack? We'll go to Ms. Denny's. We'll go to you.
One thing that I'd like to talk to council about, and if you're comfortable with, we did a water quality assurance plan back in 2014 and 2015, and my notebook up in my office is about this thick. When we did that big meeting, I think it was at the Ocean Center, not the Ocean Center.
Yeah, it was.
And all the cities presented, and it was very comprehensive. And there's a lot of information in there, and there's a lot of talk about water quality now and house spills and projects coming up in the water compact. But before the water compact and before all of that, this council has set up a water quality assurance plan, and I would like to have staff present an update on that. Just kind of give an overall of what it is, what it means, and where we are with that. If you could just do a quick update on that.
When would you like that, and we can do it?
That's up to you.
Okay, the sooner the better?
Sooner the better.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, and then the only other thing that I have, and I guess I'll ask to have this put on the agenda too, is for discussion and consideration of the council, is the Blue and Gold Gala at Embry-Riddle, April 7th. The council has usually sponsored a table for that. So if we could put that.
We'll put that on.
the agenda
I think
too?
this really is helpful if the council members bring it up like this,
Okay.
actually verbally, and then we can put it on, and that's even better that you know ahead of time.
Great.
Okay?
That's all I have.
Great.
He's right, we've always given to that event before.
Great, thank you. Ms. Cusack?
I think it's good, Mr. Chair, that we have expenditures brought up in advance. But I would
like
not
this.
want to close the door that if something should come up that we need to act on, that we would not be able to do that. So I would like to see some room for that, any emergency that we could, if we don't get something.
Ms. Cusack, I think on any emergency we can do it. Here's the other thing I'm trying to do, and this is what I think Mr. Kelly was getting at. If we get something where we get sort of short notice, there's no way we don't get notice at least by the Friday before the week. I mean, I've never noticed that. Now, here's my plan. If I get it noticed the Friday before, then I will make sure it's on the agenda, and I will make sure each council person is called. So that, and I think what Mr. Kelly was getting at is that that's what we would do in an emergency when it's short. So we're not going to shortcut. We're not going to cut off things because of an emergency.
No.
I think you're right. I do like the fact, though, like Ms. Wheeler did, if it's that far in advance, to say it during the meeting is great.
Perfect. Perfect.
But I would like to bring up and show again that this Blue and Gold Gala is April the 7th. So that is pretty much around the corner if we're going to get a table. I mean, this is now March.
It's within his spending authority to do that and go ahead and make that arrangement. He would be the one that would do it anyway. And
Well, what I'm seeing here is you didn't vote, but I didn't see anybody grab
Right.
their chest or keel over, so I think I know.
Well,
Well, wait a
know.
minute. Hold on. Well, one person grabbed their chest.
And I can.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so we're good.
They'd
Okay.
probably be happy if I did clutch your heel over.
I know
But
that.
I still maintain that this is something that the voters sent us a very clear message on, that if we were going to do things, we, in the county, that we would be paying our own way. I'm still, that's what I'm doing. I'm going to the Blue and Gold, but I'm going as my wife's date, and I'm paying my whatever it costs to go to that event. So
And,
I'm,
that,
I'm,
and I understand that, and that goes back to our first meeting, which took 19 minutes, and we told 7 times that by the county attorney, that we were in good standing and it was legal and it didn't affect that. So we'll move on.
Yeah.
Has everyone said something except me? And I'll just say one thing,
Said anything.
real quickly.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Cusack had been
Oh,
on
you
the.
weren't even finished.
She was on the phone.
No, I did. I
You
meant
just passed over me.
No, I didn't. No, I did pass over. I jumped over, but I'm going back.
Okay.
I'm going to go back and retract. Sorry, Ms. Cusack.
That's all right. I just wanted to say that this past week, we had the dedication and of plaques for the previous Malloy Elementary School, which was the colored school.
Oh, yeah.
And we also had the Orange City School, which is the Marion Coleman School dedication of the plaques. And I want to just publicly acknowledge and our appreciation to this council and to staff, Joan and her staff, and Tim Bailey and his staff. It was just, and all of the county folk that had anything to do with those 2 events, they were absolutely above and beyond anything that you could have expected. They were wonderful.
Did they take care of the issues that were there?
Every issue that was asked for was addressed and done with such great taste and appreciation. So on behalf of all of the students, we had many students from those 2 traditionally colored schools, were so impressed with the structure and the way it was done. And I just want to say thanks on behalf of all of us to the citizens for bringing that, and to Julie Schofield for the insight as it relates to the grants that we received to get those markers done. It was just a wonderful event, and I think that we will all be better because we have identified the history, and it has been documented at those schools. That's all I need to say. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The reason I want to follow up, they were the first people to publicly comment in my first meeting that I had where there was public comment, and they were asked staff to do that, and I'll probably never forget that one.
And they all mentioned the fact that they had said to you that when they came, that you would certainly address, and it was done, and with great dignity and
thank you
class.
for going. And
thank you.
The only thing I have, you.
I just want to pile on with Joyce over there because I was at both those
I thought
events.
you went to. I knew you were going to one. I didn't. Yeah.
I went to both of them, and it was really a first-class event. It was very well received, and it was just the staff was just incredibly professional in this whole
Thank you.
thing. So.
I saw a picture in the paper, so they must have been pretty well attended too. So, okay, moving right along. The only thing I want to say is that the state of the county, which is proposed for, I guess, April 18th, and each of you is being contacted to provide some information to Betty and Jeff. We're going to be putting together the video. I've reached out to the community sponsors, and we have already almost enough money to fund it entirely from the community support. So that shows the ones that are supporting said that they were happy to do this and happy to see the state of the county returning to the way that it should be for the people. And that's what it's going to be about. And each of you are going to have a part, so be ready to be videoed with your comments. And you get 2 minutes. I'll give you 2 minutes. So whatever it be. So thank you for that. And Ms. Cusack and I attended yesterday the opening of the new business in Orange City, and I was blown away by the numbers that they shared with us. And then I won't dwell on this, but they had 106. They either have 160 employees, or at their first application, they had 160 people apply in their first job fair. and the amount of revenue that they expect to generate. And I found out that you can go there, and or even in advance, you can go and bet on the Kentucky Derby. So I thought that's I didn't know you could bet on races like that, but not that I would, but that you could. Mr. Deneen.
I only have one comment. I would like my airport staff to stand. And if you, Rick, if you'd come up to the microphone for a minute, in case you have any questions. What our staff did, all of our staff, Jay was on the news, with the airliner from Berlin, which was very unusual. People, obviously, it's a good system when they know that you can land, and our airport's big enough for almost any plane they make. It landed, and the stuff that we went through, he's going to show you a picture of what happened, and I thought you might have you'd want to know what our staff did. And I think it bodes well for our airport and our community.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation. I'm here with Deputy Airport Director Karen Feaster and Jay Cassins, our Director of Business Development. Mr. Deneen wanted us just to quickly go through, got a couple pictures of what went on. This was an example of why we drill. We practice, we drill, we do it over again. This one, however, was totally unexpected. It began on Saturday afternoon with an alert. We're getting ready for the Daytona 500, which is the biggest.
And the other backdrop to this you have to remember is we train for, there's always a worry about the 500 because of the television audience. And so one of the big trainings that actually I've done since I've been here is what happens if you have a problem. Well, this is kind of coincidental when this big airliner lands next to the race when it's about to start.
And the alert was not good. It was a smoke in the cabin, international flight, 280 souls on board. It told us that this is going to be potentially a really ugly situation, and it's a big airplane. But fortunately, we were able to land the aircraft pretty quickly, and our crew brought it in. This is a very large, wide-body aircraft. We parked it out on the ramp. Our operations and fire services moved immediately into this. The aircraft was found to be safe. It was evacuated in an orderly fashion into the customs area. Now, this is not this is the size of the aircraft. This is Airbus A330. That's what it looked like out on the ramp. We had the folks in here, and they were trying to get a replacement, what they call a rescue aircraft, to come in. Customs jumped to it. U.S. Customs and Border Protection were absolutely professional. They came in, they were ready to clear these people. We tried to keep everybody here, because keep in mind, these people were flying from Germany to Cancun. They did not have visas to enter the United States of America, so we kept them inside the customs area. Customs was ready to clear them. We asked that they remain until we get the rescue aircraft in. Unfortunately, the rescue aircraft was originally scheduled to come in at 10 o'clock, then at 11, and then at 12:30. I left the airport at 10:30 to go home and get ready for tomorrow, the next day, because we had the 500 and other activities. Karen, Jay, and Dan Blake, they were up for 36 hours. I got a few hours sleep. I was up talking until 2 o'clock in the morning with the U.S. Customs Border Patrol, figuring out what to do, TSA, a lot of moving parts. Jim Judge, kudos.
Emergency management. This county runs emergency management, and so we brought them in and had Jim activate.
And he got the Red Cross involved. He got the German consulate in Washington, D.C. involved. I was in constant communication with George Rechtenwald. So I'm in charge with the county manager's office immediately. George got Jim involved. Red Cross came in, off the charts customer service. We gave them food, coffee. This is just in the interest of the privacy of the passengers. We're not going to show a lot of the stuff, but these people they had already flown for 10 hours, and now they're coming to Daytona Beach, and it was an ordeal for them. But everybody teed up, everybody worked up. We had the sheriff's office there, who was already tooled up for the 500, so provided security for the U.S. Customs and Border Protection group and for our group. By 2 o'clock in the morning, I got the phone call that the rescue flight really wasn't coming in. So we had to clear the people, send them over to the McGee room. This is about early in the morning at the McGee room. Now these been cleared. These people have been allowed to come in. By around 8 o'clock, we finally get word that an American Airlines rescue plane is being sent in. This is because there were no other Air Berlin aircraft, so they brought in an American Airlines A330. So the flight came in. We parked it out there. This is a picture of the two aircraft. This is right at noon when the aircraft arrived. These people were given a lot of food. They were given honey-baked ham by the box lunches as they were loading the aircraft. Now keep in mind, this is the 500s about to start. So they're walking people across the ramp. We've got Delta coming in. We have to stop when they taxi in and park. We got JetBlue out there. A lot of activity. The Thunderbirds, as they were boarding, the Thunderbirds took off to do their flight. They finally got on the aircraft, and as they were boarding, the Sky Rider was up there riding this thing. So there was a lot of serendipitous stuff that went on. And then as they taxied out, the Thunderbirds did the flyover, and then the aircraft took off right as the race was starting. And we were told by folks in the stands that, now this is a big airplane. This is a huge airplane. Most of the aircraft that we have seat 150 passengers. The Airbus A320 is a huge airplane. So this thing taxis out in front of 100,000 people out there. We were told that as that plane took off, people started chanting "American, American, American," and it was a breathtaking moment to experience all this stuff. But the moral of the story is that your entire county group, from fire services, the sheriff, emergency management, and the airport staff, and all the surrounding and related agencies, all stepped up, and this was we got a lot of good feedback from this. And Jay, just want you got a couple quick Facebook. I mean, this is just this is Facebook comments from passengers in German that was translated.
I mean, I'm Jay Castens, Director of Business Development. The passengers in general were just absolutely thrilled by the way they were treated here, and the crew had actually left the passengers because the crew had thought that the rescue flight was coming, but they were absolutely thrilled. Some of the comments that we found on Facebook the day after, thank you to the Red Cross and the courteous Americans. We are inspired by the way they cared for us. Great Americans are here providing us with food, drinks, and blankets. And some of that's translated, so it's not perfect English, but.
We're going to have a get-together with all the folks that were involved, but I want to thank these two who stayed up all night, and Dan Blake and the rest of the operations team. And thanks to the county manager's office and George, who's always there, ready to go 24/7 with me anytime we have an emergency. So it was good. It ended well. It was an unfortunate incident, but we're prepared, and hopefully my thought during the entire thing was, I'm glad that airplane didn't go down over the ocean.
Really?
Another story. We're glad they got here. We're glad we could take care of them. And thank you for your
thank you
support.
guys, and we appreciate everything that was done out there. I stayed in constant contact with our office. The other thing that makes these things even trickier is in today's world with all kinds of security. And believe me, people start to get worried when things happen like this. It's a little too serendipitous next to the race. And I thought it was held very professionally, and I think we did the right thing by the people from another country. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's all I have.
Okay, are there any other comments, Mr. Manager?
No.
Mr. Eckert, anything else, council members?
Mr. Dean, back in 1997, when the county went through emergency operations training, part of that was on an airplane crashing at the airport with a hurricane coming at the same time. So Volusia County is well prepared. Well,
thank you, staff. Once again, you make Volusia County look good. Just what you do day is telling the story. It's telling the story, Mr. Manager, Mr. Rechtenwald. We're telling the story of all the great work that you do day in and day out that stays off the radar. But thank you so much. Anything else come before council?
That's all.
I get to say adjourn, go forth and multiply.